Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Oh, now you can hear me. I apologize if you got several notifications, but for some reason it kept resetting the category to Fortnite when it was trying to set it to this, but I manually fixed it. So, I mean, the VOD might say I played Fortnite, but I didn't. It should also be live on YouTube for some reason, and on Studio it says it's waiting for streaming software, but then I have my stream pulled up right next to me here on my iPad, and it seems to be working. So I don't know why it's giving me. Let me see. But yeah, so I don't know why it's telling me that I am not live yet, but I am. I'm doing pretty good. Well rested. I think I'm ready. I'm really excited to do this actually. I've been enjoying listening to James reading books, so I decided why not try it myself. And if I like it, I'll do more probably. So let me know how you're doing and how anyone else is, if anyone's here yet. Just eating some cereal right now. Uh-oh, what happened? Why did Stream Elements just say I'm live again? That's weird. And it on YouTube it still shows that I'm waiting to connect stream software, but over here I'm live. So I mean, it would be nice if it showed me what's going on this side, but whatever, I guess. How do I hide the chat? Whatever. So I'm just still setting things up here a little bit. So the goal is to start in 6 minutes. All right. All right, welcome in everyone. I don't know how many people are here yet, but I'm going to start reading. Without further ado, let's begin. Just making sure everything's working. And it looks like we're good, so. All right, here we go. You here? Thanks for being here, by the way. That actually means a lot. I'm actually really excited to do this. So, if this goes great, I might read other books. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, everything looks like it's running fine. So okay, and then just so yeah, it should save a VOD on YouTube. So yeah, all right. The Lightning Rod, written by Brad Meltzer. Wait a minute. Hold on, let me start over. What did I just do? The Lightning Rod, written by Brad Meltzer. Prologue, Elmswood, Pennsylvania. These were the last 14 minutes of his life. Wojo, you're up, a valet with watery eyes announced as a midnight blue BMW turned the corner and crept up the driveway. Anthony Wojo Wicks was older, 32, which made him practically geriatric in the valet scene. But with parents who worked in the mine, truly in the mine, his stepdad worked days. His mom used to work the hoot owl shift overnight. Wojo wasn't afraid of hard work. Ever since he was little, Wojo had considered himself a lucky guy. When he was a kid, a pickup truck hit his friend as they stepped off the curb, missing Wojo by inches. It was the same when his older cousin stole Wojo's Halloween candy one year, then got sick from a pot brownie that was accidentally distributed. As Wojo got older, his overstyled, messy black hair started to recede. Everything didn't go his way. His ex-wife was proof of that. But he was lucky to have his new girlfriend. He'd met her in an elevator, of all places. Lucky that they found that mole on his back early, and especially lucky that when he got fired from Lens Crafters, he found this job, parking cars at Barron's Steakhouse. During his time at Lens Crafters, Wojo's child support was deducted directly from his paycheck. Here, as a valet, he got tips in cash, which not only gave him some breathing room, but also gave him a way to save up for that birthday party at the indoor skydiving place in Philly that Gabriella, his 10-year-old daughter, was begging for. His ex said no to the party, but with what Wojo was going to clear this weekend, he'd have enough to say yes. With a quick rub of his crooked nose, Wojo jogged toward the BMW, forcing a smile at the driver. Years ago, his stepdad told that anyone who drives a BMW has. Wojo always liked his stepdad, and the fact that the car here was a 2013 128i coupe, come on, there were Camrys more expensive than that. Small fry, Wojo decided. Not nearly big enough for what he had planned. Good evening, Wojo announced as the door to the BMW swung open. Welcome to Barron's Steakout. Don't readjust my seat, a commanding baritone insisted. The 40-something driver was big, built like a bulldozer, and the car seemed to tip as he got out. Stubborn lips, military posture, the buzzed blonde hair made Wojo think of Captain America. But it wasn't until the man stood up straight that Wojo spotted his $7,000 Panerai watch. Before Wojo could say a word, The driver slapped his keys against Wojo's chest. Whop! That was the moment, as the keys smacked him in the chest, as Captain America brushed past him without any eye contact, that Wojo made a fatal decision. Excuse me. Let me go back. That was the moment, as the keys smacked him in the chest, as Captain America brushed past him without any eye contact, that Wojo made a fatal decision. After this, I'm on break, yes? Wojo called out to his watery-eyed boss. Watery Eyes nodded. That would give Wojo 20 minutes. Sliding into the BMW, Wojo readjusted the front seat and put the car into drive. The interior was pristine, but Wojo's eyes were on the rear view as he waited for Captain America to disappear into the restaurant. With a tap of the gas, the car inched forward toward the valet lot. But as soon as Wojo arrived in the lot, he headed for the lot's back exit, made a quick left, and hit the gas out onto Route 1. On the steering wheel, he pressed the small button that showed the cartoon headshot of a little man with 3 tiny parentheses coming out of his mouth. There was a loud beep. Voice command. Go home, Wojo announced. The center screen lit up and an address appeared. 2678 Ocean Avenue. Wojo grinned. Like anyone else in middle age, Captain America was too old to realize nothing good comes from putting your home address into your car's GPS. Start guidance, Wojo said, hitting the button again. Plotting a route to home, the female computer voice replied. 9 minutes away. Not bad at all. Lucky, lucky. Wojo thought again of the $7,000 watch. Good sign. So was the address on Ocean Avenue. Even now, as he turned off Route 1 and passed the golf course that marked the edge of Elmswood's oldest suburb, Wojo told himself he was a good person. He didn't think of himself as a thief, but he was. His rationalization was his daughter, of course, and that he was always a gentleman about it. When it came to picking marks, he only chose the snobs, the ones so caught up in their own self-importance. They couldn't muster a simple hello or, God forbid, a thank you. Manners. Decency. What the hell was wrong with the world these days? More important, Wojo was smart about it. He wouldn't rob in and rob people blind. If he did, it wouldn't take long for the police to figure out that all the victims had eaten dinner at the same restaurant. He had rules, and he stuck to them. Trips like this were only once a month, twice during that month when his sister was going through a divorce. And instead of grabbing everything in sight, he only took one item, a ring, a bracelet. On his best night, a sapphire necklace. When a single piece of jewelry goes missing, people don't call the cops. They blame themselves and assume it's lost. 7 months in, with 8 jobs done, Wojo still hadn't been proven wrong. In 1,000 feet, make a right, the computerized female voice announced as he blew past the white-painted brick colonial where he'd grabbed that 4-carat heirloom ring a few months back. 4 minutes left to live. Pausing at a stop sign, Wojo glanced around at the black leather interior of the BMW. His stepdad was wrong. This car was nice. So was the neighborhood, though that wasn't a surprise. With a menu that had a $145 tomahawk ribeye chop, Barron's Steakhouse attracted the best around. Destination ahead, on the left, the female voice added. Cul-de-sac, naturally, the mainstay of every suburban ecosystem. Wojo shifted in his seat, feeling that tingle. This wasn't better, and certainly wasn't better with Darla, the energy drink sales rep who he'd met in the elevator and did that thing with her tongue. But it was close. Pulling into the driveway and squinting through the dark, Wojo took a good long look at the tasteful yellow ranch-style house. 4 bedrooms at least, maybe 5. Nothing breathtaking, but that inlaid brick front path and the freshly planted flowers out front, Captain America was doing just fine. As Wojo shut off the car, he waited a few seconds, double-checking that all the house lights were out. No one home. Clipped to the sun visor was a small gray remote garage door opener. He pressed it with his thumb. If Wojo was really lucky... The garage door yawned open, revealing storage boxes, bicycles, a spare freezer, and a workbench that looked like it hadn't been touched in years. If Wojo had looked closer, he would have spotted the empty gun safe along the back wall. Ducking into the garage, Wojo pounded the door close button on the right-hand wall, and suddenly he couldn't get the song Total Eclipse of the Heart by Bonnie Tyler out of his head. Turn around, bright eyes, mentally saying as the garage door lowered, swallowing him whole. Even in the dark, Wojo could see the keypad for the alarm. As always, he reached for his phone, which held an app that would help him unlock it. For years now, every alarm company had had to file their particular transmitter frequencies with the FCC, which made them publicly available. For real, publicly available. Most door and window sensors operate at 315.0 megahertz, so all you have to do is copy that frequency to jam it. But as Wojo got closer to the keypad, still singing in his head how forever was going to start tonight, he saw that a bright green light was on. Alarm wasn't even armed. Lucky night for sure, Wojo thought, picturing his daughter Gabriella in skydiving pose, arms outstretched, the wind widening her smile so much she was nothing but teeth. All that was left was... Wojo gave the doorknob a twist. Locked. But not for long. From his pocket, he pulled out a keyring filled with bump keys, the same ones locksmiths used. It took 2 tries to find the right one. Then, click! The door swung open, and Wojo was hit with the whiff of a stale mop and bleach. Laundry room on his left. In his pocket, Wojo slid his hand around the small black stun gun he always carried on these trips, just in case someone jumped out of the dark. Inside the house, everything was silent. No barking, no obvious pets, a good sign. In 2.5 minutes, the blood would be everywhere. Right now, he was slow walking through the family room, eyeing the cherry floors and the built-in bookcases that were filled with kids' DVDs and far too many Tom Hanks movies. Captain America had a wife and teenage kids, by the looks of the photos on an end table. When it came to decor, the family had spent money on the couch, modern chocolate brown leather sectional, but everything else, rugs, coffee table, shabby chic slip-covered chairs, was like a pottery barn. West Elm and crate and barrel bomb went off. All of it in its prime a decade ago, just like the BMW. Every life has a peak. 10 years ago was when Cap was really making money. Along the far wall was a framed revolver, an antique Buccaneer-style flintlock pistol from the 1700s, complete with a wide brass barrel like something from Pirates of the Caribbean. Worth at least $3,000. Wojo knew, though he walked right past it. Something that big goes missing. The cops get called. Besides, he knew where the real rewards were. Following the house's main artery, Wojo made a left toward the master bedroom. He wasn't walking gingerly anymore, too excited. Down the hallway, he saw the way the bedroom opened to the right, toward Suburbia's real prize, his and hers closets. According to home security experts, during a break-in, the very first place that criminals go is the top drawer of a woman's dresser. As a result, women are never supposed to hide their jewelry there. But most women did it anyway, not wanting to deal with the headache of moving their favorite items in and out of a safe. A flush of adrenaline lifted Wojo's chest. Yet, as he stepped over the threshold and made a right towards the closets, he was surprised to hear a light in the room popped on. Wojo squinted, blinded. "You really think we wouldn't find out?" asked a man wearing a latex Oscar the Grouch mask. He was on the opposite side of the bed, which was drowning in throw pillows. In the man's hand was a gun, an M1911 military pistol, aimed straight at Wojo's face. "This isn't," Wojo said. "I wasn't—" "You should know better. I know you know better," Oscar the Grouch exploded, his voice muffled by the mask, which was deflated and misshapen, wobbly on his head. Even with his navy sweatshirt and baggy jeans, it was clear he was well built, though he had a natural impatience in his stance, ready to spring. His hands were bony and pale white. Wojo backed up into the wall, his face burning with fear. A single thought filled his brain. He didn't know the why or the how did they follow him. But one thing was clear. This was no longer a robbery. It was a trap. 2 minutes to go. I'm a good person," Wojo insisted. "This wasn't my daughter." "Down now," the Grouch shouted, his finger on the trigger. Wojo dropped to his knees, keeping his head toward the floor. "I didn't take anything. Just let me—" "Stop talking." Wojo lowered his head farther, practically curling into himself. When bombs go off and horrors happen in the real world, people say that time seems to slow down. That's not true. It actually seems to go faster. But it's happening at such an accelerated rate, the human brain can barely register everything it's experiencing. At this moment, that's where Wojo was. The Grouch was shouting now, "You know what you did!" But Wojo didn't hear it. As the Grouch came closer, Wojo noticed a noise, a deep clack. The hammer on the pistol. The Grouch had pulled it back, and now all Wojo could see was his daughter, crying, sobbing, her birthday. She'd forever link his death with her birthday. 90 seconds to go. "Look at me," the Grouch shouted. Wojo refused, his brain catapulting back to his ex-wife, to their first apartment, to Gabriella being born, to standing outside the steakhouse, and the burst of ego and anger that brought him to this. Wait. In his pocket. The stun gun. He still had the Grouch was close now. So close that Wojo could smell the latex of the mask. Could smell the way the man's jeans reeked of sawdust and pick your head up. Wojo still didn't pick his head up. It was curled tight, his hand snaking down to his own pocket. 72 seconds. "You do realize this is your doing?" the Grouch added, pressing the barrel into the crown of Wojo's head. A plump vein swelled on the Grouch's hand as his finger tightened on the trigger. "You understand that?" he asked, like he was waiting for an answer. In 1 minute, Wojo would be dead. But he still had a minute. "I asked you a Wojo pulled the taser from his pocket, squeezing the trigger so fast he felt an electric snake bite into his own leg as he whipped out the weapon. The stun gun had 2 metal fangs at the end of it, which Wojo stabbed straight into the Grouch's left thigh. The taser's blue light crackled like a mini lightning storm. "Grah!" the Grouch shouted, his leg going limp, his whole body falling sideways, like a cleaved tree. 40 seconds to... Go, 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 Wojo thought, scrambling to his feet. The stun gun would buy him a moment. Wojo ran from the room and darted through the house, back toward the front door. As he ran, he was still squeezing the trigger, the blue electricity crackling as it lit his way. In seconds, Wojo was outside, the summer air licking his face. Until that moment, he didn't realize how hard he was sweating. His heart punched in his chest. Up the block, he spotted the red rear lights of a car leaving, though he barely registered it. He looked around, panicked, lost, like he'd awoken in a strange hotel and couldn't figure out where he was. There! The car he came in, the BMW! Sprinting for the car, Wojo ripped open the door and slid inside. He pulled the keys from his pocket and threw the stun gun aside. But just as he went to start the car, from the back seat, a thick forearm wrapped around Wojo's neck. Behind him, in the back seat, someone was already in the car, waiting for him. Wojo caught a glimpse in the rear view. That buzzed blonde hair. You think I'm blind? Captain America roared, tightening his chokehold. I forgot my jacket in the car, and when I came out, you think I wouldn't see you leave? Please, you don't understand, Wojo pleaded, realizing that the car he saw leaving was a taxi. Cap was a man of action. He jumped into a cab to race back home. Please, inside, Wojo added, twisting wildly, fighting to get loose, clawing at his own neck. Cap's grip was too strong. Wojo was thrashing now, his face a pale purple, tears squeezing out behind his eyes. He could picture Oscar the Grouch and his misshapen mask. By now, the taser would be wearing off. He'd be here soon. You steal my car, Cap roared. 10 seconds. And break into my house? If we don't, please, Wojo begged. If we don't go, he'll kill us. He? Captain America asked. Who's he? Tink, tink. Outside the driver's window, a knuckle tapped against the glass. In perfect sync, both Wojo and Captain America turned left, looking up at a saggy, askew Oscar the Grouch mask. The man in the mask raised his gun. 2 quick shots, then a third when he saw who else was in the back seat. Anthony Wojo Wicks wilted sideways. A small burn mark from the bullet appeared in his temple and sent a spray of blood across the passenger seat. Dead at 32 years old. Behind him, Captain America, an Army veteran named Archie Mint, slumped forward, a matching burn mark on his cheek. Wojo's luck had finally run out. But when it came to Archie Mint, well, even in death, Mint still had a bit of luck coming. All right, that's the end of the prologue. All right, well, how are we doing, everyone? Let's see. Harry, purple. It's not even 6 a.m. for you. That's okay. Thank you for coming in. Let's see. How's everyone doing today? You have to go? No worries. Thanks for listening. Have a good one. Happy Friday. You think that's Harry and then... All right. So I forgot to mention that there are some non-family friendly words in this book, and you may have heard me pause randomly and then so I won't be reading any bad words. I forgot to make that clear, but you're going to clip me? Okay. So yeah, that's the prologue, and I just want to make sure everything's working. So I am also live on YouTube right now, and for some reason it still shows on my end that it's waiting for my software to start the live stream, but on this side it shows them live, so I don't know why it's still doing that, but it seems as though it's working still. All right. Okay. Chapter 1. Wonderly Square, Pennsylvania. 4 hours. He spent 4 hours working on her body. Ziggy, let her be. She looks good. Good? Jim Zagorowski asked, standing over the coffin, makeup brush in his hand. Not great? Let me rephrase. Great. Beautiful. Michelangelo would say you're Michelangelo, said Puerto Rican Andy. Zig never liked the name, but Andy had been calling himself that since 4th grade, when there were 3 Andys in his class. Today, at 300 pounds, Puerto Rican Andy lumbered through the viewing room at Calta's funeral home, carrying a metal easel with a bushel of bright daisies that he placed at the foot of the coffin. She hadn't looked this good since Reagan was president. Don't listen to him, ma'am, Zig whispered, leaning down toward the dead elderly woman with high cheekbones and pale pink lipstick. Fallen number 2546. Mrs. Leslie Paoli, 93 years old, dead from stomach cancer and whatever else you can catch when you spend your last decade in a nursing home. You look even more beautiful now, Mrs. Paoli. Zig meant it. For 4 hours, he'd polished her nails, cleaned her dentures, used putty and makeup to cover the bruises on her neck and arms from all the machines at the hospital, and washed and restyled her hair, which probably hadn't been shampooed in months. He even put her in the same dress, gold sequins, with a crystal butterfly pin at the shoulder that she was wearing in the photo next to her. But, boss man, they're here, Puerto Rican Andy called out, sweat running down his shaved head, skating toward his neck tattoo, a phoenix that poked out from the collar of his white dress shirt. Andy was big and looked like a convict, but as his parole officer had told Zig, the phoenix referred to Dumbledore, Puerto Rican Andy, being the biggest Harry Potter fan in rural Pennsylvania. Ravenclaw, Andy would say to anyone who asked. Boss man, year? One more sec, Zig added, adding some final blush to Mrs. Paoli's cheeks. As always, the hardest part was getting the coloring just right. People think corpses are gray, but by the time they arrive at the funeral home, they're white. Like geishas, Zig's mentor used to say, once your heart stops and your body is on its back for a few hours, gravity sets in, blanching your face, chest, and legs. That is, unless an artful mortison gives you back your color. I told you, ma'am, we'll take care of you, Zig whispered, moving in his stray silver hair from her forehead and flashing that charming smile that had gotten every mahjong group gossiping back when he first moved to the small town of Wonderly Square. Zig's silver and black hair was shorter now for summer. Across his jaw was the hairline scar that he'd used to his advantage during those wild years after his divorce. For most of his adult life, Zig had been a mortison at Dover Air Force Base, home of the mortuary for the U.S. government's most high-profile and top-secret cases. On 9/11, The victims of the Pentagon attack were sent to Dover. So were the hostages who were killed in Beirut, the victims who were shot at Fort Hood, and the remains of well over 50,000 soldiers and CIA operatives who'd fought in Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, and every secret location in between. In Delaware, of all places, at Dover Air Force Base, was America's most secretive funeral home. 2 years earlier, Zig had left it all behind. There was too much pain, too many old scars torn open from spending every day with dead young soldiers. Within a month, he'd found the job here at Calta's Funeral Home, in a building that, back in the 70s, had been a Dairy Queen, complete with a red mansard roof that was now painted beige. Zig took it as a sign, hoping things could be a bit more nice and easy. But really, when was anything in life nice and easy? "I'm looking for Jim Zigorowski," a man in his late 30s called out, stepping into the viewing room, then taking a half step back once he spotted the coffin. He wore a shiny blue suit, no tie, like he was going to a beachfront wedding. You must be Mr. DeSantis," Zig said as the man took off his Mercedes baseball cap, which he'd clearly gotten from the dealership. "Is he actually wearing a Mercedes hat?" Puerto Rican Andy whispered, 10 points from Slytherin. Is she? DeSantis motioned to the coffin. "Your mother is mother-in-law. She's mother-in-law," DeSantis insisted. "My apologies," Zig said, putting on his funeral home voice, which made him sound like an NPR host. "As you'll see, we got her all cleaned up. So if you want to take a look..." "You mean at the body?" No. DeSantis laughed nervously. "We'd rather remember how she lived, not how she died," he explained, glancing around at the chairs, the flowers, even at the framed vintage metal sign from the funeral home's original 1908 location. "Offering understanding," it read in antique lettering. He glanced around at everything, really, except Mrs. Paoli. "Anyway, if you wouldn't mind, closing it," he said, pointing with his fancy baseball cap toward the coffin. "Of course," Zig replied with a polite grin. DeSantis stood there an extra few seconds. "Gotta be a horrible way to go, right? Like I told my own kids, don't ever put me in a nursing home. Last thing I want is to spend my final years collecting dust." Zig nodded, still faking a grin. But as he looked around the ancient funeral home, Zig was surprised by how much the word stung. Collecting dust? Was that all he was doing these days? DeSantis handed out to his family as Zig felt a buzz in his pocket, his phone vibrating. To his surprise, caller ID showed a familiar number. 302-677, prefix, Dover Air Force Base. The life he'd left behind. "Ziggy, it's Will. What's cooking, good looking?" Will with one L announced. Enthusiasm was always Will's major. But Zig and Will weren't buddies, or even acquaintances. In the 2 years since Zig left Dover, Will had called him a grand total of 0 times. Still, Zig was so surprised by the call, he didn't give it much thought. That was his first mistake. "How's private practice?" Will asked. "Wonderful. Couldn't be better," Zig said, eyeing Miss Paoli frozen in her coffin. Listen, sorry to bother you, but we got a case that just came through. A lieutenant colonel, one of our own," Will explained, meaning it was someone who worked at Dover. The point being, the funeral's near you, just a few towns over, and we want the body treated perfectly, so he put on his best Godfather voice. You up for letting us pull you back in? Wow. Al Pacino impression. Topical. Want to hear my Mr. T? I'm serious, Ziggy. We could use the help. It's a good case. Funeral's tomorrow. You up for this or not? Zig stared at the coffin, at Miss Paoli, and the crystal butterfly on her dress. Outside, down the hallway, DeSantis was grabbing a handful of mints from the welcome bowl and stuffing them in his pocket. Yeah, I'm in, Zig said, thinking maybe this was just what he needed. The following morning, Zig left his house at 5 a.m., his camouflage backpack stocked with his Mortison kit, baggies, modeling clay, makeup, and all his tools, including scalpels, forceps, draining tubes, and even a sternal saw, just in case. Running down the front steps, he felt good to be in the mix, to be helping a family that truly needed his expertise. Zig was a sculptor, with bullet wounds to the face. You need to be prepared for the worst. And he was. But the one thing Zig wasn't prepared for and didn't see was the man with the buzzed hair and pointy face who was parked diagonally across the street. From his own car, the man watched Zig leave his house and head down the front steps, a travel mug of coffee in his hands. If Zig was smart, or even a bit suspicious, he would have checked over his own shoulder. But the only ones who do that, the man thought to himself, are those who know they're in trouble. All right, that's the end of chapter 1 already. The chapters in this book are not long at all, but I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab some more water. Welcome in, James. How's everyone doing today? Tired? I'm doing pretty good. Uh, just I was very excited to do this. I actually couldn't wait to get started. So Um, refilled my water, so I'll get started on chapter 2 in just a moment. All right. I am enjoying it so far. Like I said earlier, I am also live on YouTube, though. Yeah, I've been checking on my iPad here because for some reason in my browser here it shows that it's still uh, waiting for my software to start, but so I don't know why, but I am live, so that's good. All right, do this. Uh-oh. Okay. Chapter 2. Zig knew that sound. The low, mesmerizing hum vibrating through the building. It was coming from the school's gym, the only place in town big enough to hold the nearly 1,000 mourners who were packed into the bleachers, waiting to pay their respects. It was the same in every small town. Fallen soldiers' funerals or community events. Outside, fire engines lined the streets. Flags hung from every storefront, and folks lined up early. From the rumble, the crowd was restless. "You got a prep room for me?" Zig called out, moving fast, like he was an emergency room scene on one of those Doctor TV shows, both hands on the metal rolling cart that held the flag-covered coffin. Fallen number 2547, Lieutenant Colonel Archie Mint, 48 years old. Almost my age, Zig thought, steering the coffin down the long hallway of Elmswood High, pretending it was normal to push a coffin down the corridor of a high school. "End of the hall, make a left," said the man who was running just ahead of the coffin. Clifford, like the big red dog, Sig thought, nodding thanks as he followed the thin, 6'4" 60-year-old man with a mediocre handshake and the build of a Q-tip. God, why's the head of every local funeral home always look the part? "A prep room? Is the damage really that bad?" Clifford asked. Sig stayed silent, spotting a stray blue thread on the American flag. He reached down to grab it. Whether it was a 93-year-old civilian or a 48-year-old lieutenant colonel, every one of the fallen deserved the very best. "We'll take care of you, Archie," Sig whispered toward the coffin. The tricky part was that in the summer heat like this, the coffin acts like an oven. Makeup on the fallen soldier begins to melt. So does the wax that's used to smooth over bullet holes or other wounds in the victim's face. "Mr. Zagorowski, I should warn you," Mint's family, Clifford said. "His wife wants an open casket. But maybe we should just tell her she's getting an open casket," Sig insisted, picking up speed. With a sharp left, Sig turned the corner, leaving the narrow hallway. Royal blue metal lockers with built-in combination locks lined one wall. A colorful hand-painted mural of Martin Luther King Jr. lined the other, along with an educational poster that read, "Don't quit your daydream." As Zig looked around, something clenched in his chest. "You okay?" Clifford asked. Zig nodded, taking a half step back, his heart feeling like it was made from a thin-stretched cloth. This school. My daughter went to this school, Zig thought, though he knew that wasn't quite right. The layout, the bright blue lockers, even this exact gray and white checkerboard linoleum floor. It was the same layout the Pennsylvania Department of Education used for dozens of local high schools, including the one in Zig's hometown, where he used to take Magpie, Zig thought. His daughter Maggie. Images flooded forward, and there she was. He could see her, back from the dead, as old memories were laid over this new one. Young Maggie walking down the hallway, running her fingertips across the combination locks, sending their dials spinning like pinwheels, each of them losing steam, slowing, returning to their lifeless, inert state. Maggie was only 12 years old when she died, but right now, Zig could see her so clearly. The light freckles on her nose, the smell of thin mitts on her breath. And of course, that night at the Girl Scout campout, when a soda can exploded in the campfire, sending shards of metal straight for Maggie's face. On that night, fellow Girl Scout Nola Brown shoved Maggie out of the way, saving Maggie's life and giving Zig an extra year with his daughter. The time went too fast, Zig suddenly picturing Nola when he saw her 2 years ago on that case they worked together at Dover. The hardest part was seeing Nola fully grown, a reminder of what Maggie never got to experience. He could still see his daughter now, walking hallways just like this every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon, so she could take singing lessons with Mrs. O'Keefe, the choir teacher. Igorowski, you hear what I said? Clifford asked, Zig now humming that song she'd been practicing in choir. La Vie Bohème, from Rent. Even then, Zig knew that Maggie's favorite part was watching Zig squirm when she sang all the curse words. 6 days after her final choir practice, Maggie was dead on that night that Zig could still conjure so quickly. It was the most potent weapon in grief's arsenal, the speed of its return. Yeah, no, I'm fine, Zig insisted as they reached the double metal doors at the far end of the hallway. Weight room. Athletes only. One of the few rooms with a door frame wide enough for a casket. We tried cleaning it up, Clifford said, motioning to the bench press and squat rack that were shoved into the corner. But all Zig could focus on were the two men across the room, blocking the doorway to a connecting conference room. Both were beefy, late 20s, in tight suits that they hadn't worn since high school. Local firemen, Zig wagered, or cops. With big funerals like this, you hire all the local help you can get, though the way they were standing at the threshold, like Secret Service agents, their real job was to protect. Oh, Tessa! A woman's voice called out. Tessa, I'm so sorry. There was a chorus of sniffling and nose blowing. The family. Zig could feel them, even from here. Before Zig could react, the door slammed shut, the two beefy guys following Clifford into the room with the family, which left Zig alone. No surprise. No one wants to be with the body. Okay, Colonel, it's just us now. You can tell all the dirty jokes you want, Zig whispered, locking the wheels of the rolling cart and taking off his camouflage backpack. By the way, your family loves you. A lot. With a gentle tug, Zig removed the flag from the coffin and folded it carefully, making sure it never touched the floor. I saw your wife next door. Lucky man, Zig said, now thinking of his own ex, which caught him by surprise. They'd been divorced for nearly 15 years. Just remember, sir, your wife was lucky to have you, too. Sig snapped on a pair of nitrile medical gloves, and then lowered his head for the quick prayer he said in every case. Please give me strength to take care of the fallen, so their family can begin healing. Yet no matter how much strength Sig prayed for, he knew the grieving family would always need more. At that moment, Sig thought that the government was taking extra good care of Mint. But as he was about to find out, he had no idea what the government was really up to. Unhooking the coffin's wooden latch, Sig lifted the lid and got his first good look inside at Archie Mint's broken body. What's up, Candy? Work, but we'll lurk and You're at work, but we'll lurk and tab in. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Yep, that's the end of chapter 2 already. All right. All right, let's change this. There we go. All right. Chapter 3. A clear plastic bag covered Lieutenant Colonel Mint's face, like he was suffocating. Standard Dover procedure to make sure that in transit, makeup didn't get on the fallen soldier's uniform. Zig pulled out his phone and some earbuds. Fighting the urge to put on La Vie Boheme, he instead went with Paul Simon's Graceland. Diamonds on the soles of her shoes. Zig's best work was always done with music. There you go, just like that, Zig said, gently removing the plastic, then carefully lowering the colonel's head back onto the satin pillow. You earned your rest, sir, Zig said, taking a longer look at Mint's face. Chiseled features, jaw like a movie star. Handsome, even now, Zig thought, noticing the ribbon rack on Mint's chest, decorated with medals. Among them, one stood out, the Soldier's Medal, which was awarded for a heroic act that didn't involve enemy combat, like saving someone in a fire. Real superhero, huh? Zig asked, as Paul Simon sang in his ear about a poor boy who was empty as a pocket with nothing to lose. Whoever prepped the body at Dover had done tremendous work. The problem was, so had the heat. With the high temperatures in the hearse, the molding clay that had been used to rebuild the colonel's face was now waxy and melted, revealing the outlines of the bullet hole in his cheek, as well as the pockmarks from the glass that had torn through his skin. According to the medical examiner's report, Mint was shot through a car window. Mr. Zagorowski, I'm sorry to do this, but in terms of timeline, Clifford called, sticking his head in the room. He motioned to Mint's family behind him. They want to know when they can begin. 5 minutes, Zig said as Clifford shut the door. Turning up the Paul Simon, Zig pulled out a book of "Got you some lighter fluid," he told the colonel, wetting a makeup brush with one of the flu liquids that would break down the wax and make it more pliable. Don't tell the suburban moms. This is the cheapest facelift of all. With a few artful swirls of the makeup brush, Zig slowly redistributed the wax, meticulously resculpting everything back into place. This was Zig's gift. No matter how bad the damage, he could put back together what had been taken apart, giving families a sense of closure they never thought they'd. Ahem! Someone coughed. Zig looked up, pulling out his earbuds. The family, she has a question for you, Clifford explained, stepping aside and revealing a woman with chestnut-colored hair that was pulled back in a faultless bun. She was petite, compact, but solid in her shoulders, radiating strength. Definitely military, Zig thought. Lieutenant Colonel Mint's wife, Tessa. We were just hoping, Tessa motioned to the body. These are for the coffin, she said, handing Zig an Adidas sneaker box with no lid. Inside were a few old photos, a worn leather baseball glove, and a single yellow post-it with a handwritten note that read, "You can." Tessa started to explain, but she didn't have to. Behind her, frozen in the doorway, were two kids, a lanky 17-year-old boy with blonde hair like his dad's, and a neck that curved like a comma, and a black-haired girl who was clutching a cell phone with two hands, like she was strangling it. The girl was 12, with doubting eyes and dark scabs on both her knees and elbows. Zig liked her immediately, especially when he saw what was written on the child-sized baseball glove. "Make sure I win this week, Daddy. Love, Violet." "If it's okay, I'd like to see him now," Mint's wife said, leaning hard on the word I. She wasn't letting her children any closer, standing in front of them like lioness, one arm blocking their way. "Of course, ma'am. Let me just..." Tearing off a strip of gray masking tape, Zig wrapped it around his hand, sticky side out. With a steady, almost reverent stroke, he rolled the tape, which was stronger than any lint brush, from Lieutenant Colonel Mint's chest down to the white gloves on his hands, which were, as always, positioned left over right, so the wedding hand had prominence. As the tape kissed the wrist of the colonel's white gloves, the lip of the right glove lifted, revealing a plastic glove inside. Another Dover custom, to keep body fluids from seeping out. Inside that glove, Zig noticed a spot of blood, from 3 deep scratches on the back of the colonel's hand. Zig made a mental note. Bodies get scratched all the time, but in the Dover report that Zig saw, there was no mention of it. To make sure the family didn't see the blood, Zig quickly readjusted the colonel's hands to make sure the left completely covered the right, moving the colonel's thumb just so. "He'd appreciate your sense of perfection," Tessa said. "When he ate, he wouldn't let any of his food touch each other, even spaghetti and meatballs," she explained, her voice catching as she laughed and cried in the same breath. She was strong, trying to use humor as armor. But as Tessa stepped forward to finally see her dead husband up close, well, at the real ground zero of it all, there's no protection strong enough. "I thought they told me he wouldn't look this good," Tessa said, her face lighting up with could only be described as relief. It's what military families understood better than anyone. The simultaneous terror and joy that comes from seeing your loved one last time. "His face. They said the bullet. He looks beautiful," she blurted, the tears now rolling down her cheeks. "You got his smile right, too. He was a terrible smiler." Even the kids started to laugh. "Thank you for this." He deserves no less, Sig thought to himself. "I'm serious," Tessa added. "What you did was magic." "I used to work at Dover, too," Zig explained. "I appreciate his service there." "Who? Archie?" "Archie was in the reserves. He never worked at Dover," Tessa said, looking confused. "I think ma'am, we should really get going," one of the funeral employees, a man with a flat nose, interrupted, cutting in front of Zig. Zig backed up out of respect, but was lost. Yesterday, when Will called, he'd insisted that Mint was one of ours, a Dover employee. "Ma'am, The crowd's waiting, Flatnose added. Zig, noticing the fresh shine on the man's shoes. Zig had thought he was a fireman or a cop, but a shine like that was military polish, like he was wearing the rumpled suit to blend in. There was a bulge at the back of Flatnose's jacket, definitely carrying a gun. Flatnose gave a nod, and a phalanx of volunteers appeared from nowhere, swirling around the coffin, carrying flowers, picture frames, a new American flag. There was even an 80-year-old man with a trumpet who would play taps at the end. Within seconds, the coffin was moving, the family following behind, everyone on their way. We got it from here, Flatnose said to Zig, raising his hand like a crossing guard. For Zig, the job was done. Yet as he stared down at Flatnose's gleaming shoes, as he replayed the confusion on Tessa's face when she heard her husband worked at Dover, and especially as he noticed the way Flatnose was gripping Tessa's arm, practically yanking her away from the coffin. Actually, I was thinking of attending the service, Zig said to Flatnose. I told you, we got it from here, Flatnose insisted. I'm sure you do, Zig said, flashing a grin. But out of respect, sidestepping around him, Zig stayed with the coffin. And Mint's wife, who held tight to her daughter, see you inside, Zig added, following right behind them. And now, please join me as we pray, the chaplain began. Almighty God, the crowd began to read from their prayer cards, their voices echoing through the bleachers. Zig stood just inside the door of the gymnasium, never taking his seat, so he'd have a better view of everyone inside. On the far side of the gym, past the bleachers, Flatnose stood inside the opposite door. When the service first started, the other funeral employees were handing out prayer cards and ushering people to open seats. But even now, Flatnose just stood there, scanning the crowd like he was looking for something or someone. Something clearly wasn't right. But what the hell's got you so jumpy? Zig wondered, following Flatnose's stare to the crowd. Even in the packed bleachers, the funeral looked like it always did. Family members in the front row, mourners in the other rows, and a few strangers in the back rows, stealing glances at their phones. There were local politicians in nice suits, local press in cheap suits, and photographers and cameramen in even cheaper suits, all packed in the corner. A tiny firing squad, just waiting for Mint's wife to give her eulogy so they could get footage of her sobbing as everyone muttered words like so young and so unfair. And of course, there was a smattering of elderly vets, the veterans of foreign wars, decked out in their old military caps, waiting to do the 21-gun salute at the cemetery and then go to the local bar to tell war stories. Zig wondered if maybe today was the day he'd go with them. Ahoy! A voice rang out. 12-year-old Violet started to cry. And now her brother was shaking too. Silently, breathlessly, they tried to hold it together, Tessa clutching them both, one in each arm, as every person in the gym stared their way while trying not to look like they were. Zig caught himself doing the same, then looked away. It was the only reason he noticed the door as it opened on the opposite side of the gym. A shadow flickered. At first, Zig thought it was Flatnose, but it was someone new. A woman with caramel skin. Zig assumed it was another mourner, maybe a reporter, someone running late. The shadow moved again, and as the light revealed the woman, Sig's eyes went wide. Those pointy features, the silver, moon-colored hair with a black streak. Nola? Zig whispered, not even realizing he was saying the name. He'd known her since she was little, the woman who once saved his daughter's life. What the hell are you doing here? Chapter 4. Nola. That was definitely Nola. At the sight of her, Zig's windpipe clenched. Earlier, he'd been thinking about saving Maggie's life. Earlier, he'd been thinking about her saving Maggie's life. But 2 years ago, on that case at Dover, she saved Zig's life too. Swallowing hard, he could taste that bitter, coppery tang. Blood. He'd never forget the taste of his own blood. On that night, Zig was beaten with a metal crowbar. Broken ulna, 2 black eyes, a severe orbital rim fracture, and 14 stitches between his forehead and chin. It was this woman, Sergeant First Class Nola Brown, who saved him. They saved each other, actually. From Royal, Nola's foster dad, who had tracked her down, trying to murder her. It had been 2 years since Zig had last seen her. As she made her way toward the bleachers, she moved like she always did, slow, determined, with unmistakable presence and power for someone in her late 20s. Nola didn't walk. She lurked. Like a hunter, her willful lips pursed, her chin tucked into her chest, like she was forever trying to avoid being seen. It wasn't working. Behind her, hidden by an honor guard holding an American flag and an army one, Flat-Nosed glanced her way, then lifted his wrist to his mouth. Handheld mic, like the Secret Service. He was calling it in. This whole time, that's who he was waiting for. Nola. Amen. The crowd said at one of those Amen, the crowd said at one of those prompts where everyone knows what to say. For a moment, Nola stood there, studying the mourners who packed the bleachers, scanning them. Her eyes sliding left to right. She glanced back over her shoulder, turning toward the honor guard. Even from here, Zig could tell something was wrong. Her eyes narrowed. He'd seen that look before. That uncomfortable mental tug when someone feels like they're being watched. Flat-Nose looked away, shrinking back behind the flags. If Nola noticed, she wasn't reacting. She continued her search, eyeing the coffin, the chaplain, the flowers, then quickly turning her attention to Zig's side of the gym. Zig stepped backward out of the doorway. Did Nola see him? Not a chance. He was too fast, and she was too far. But then Zig remembered. Nola saw everything. Peering back across the threshold, Zig spotted her leaving, rushing out. Yet as she reached the door, Nola glanced back over her shoulder, like she'd known he was there the entire time. Their eyes locked. Contact. Zig stood there frozen, and then, like a child, raised his hand and waved. Oh God, did I just wave at her? Nola's black eyes narrowed. Stay away, she warned with a dark glare. Then she ran, dashing out into the hallway, a few people turning, but most barely noticing. Before the door slammed, Flatnose was moving, weaving his way through the honor guard, whispering something into his handheld mic, while striding after her. As Flatnose darted through the doorway, Zig noticed that the bulge in his jacket was gone. He'd pulled his gun. Nola! Zig wanted to call out. It wouldn't help. She was already out the door, with no idea what was coming. Don't jump to conclusions, Zig told himself. For all you know, Flatnose is one of the good guys, and Nola did something wrong. But across the gym, as the door slammed shut, Zig was replaying that moment 2 years ago when the metal crowbar collided with his throat. A burst of blood had flooded forward. He couldn't breathe. He thought it had crushed his larynx. Nola's foster dad, Royale, wound up again. This was it. Curled on the ground, Zig closed his eyes and muttered a final prayer. Until Nola rushed in and fired 3 quick shots. She'd come back, putting her own life at risk to save Zig. How the hell can I leave her now? Zig started to move, then stopped himself. Walk away. Avoid her problems. But when it came to someone in trouble, and especially when it came to Nola, he could never just walk away. In a burst, Zig darted up the hallway on his side of the gym and reached for the knife in his pocket. Damn it, damn it, damn it, he thought, knowing full well that he'd regret this. Welcome in, Exy. How we doing? Wow, we opened your laptop in the wrong time for school. Oh no! What happened? How we doing today, Candy and Exy? Happy Friday, everyone, by the way. The last day of February, 2025. I'll be right back and grab some more water. I have to watch the VOD. Hope it's going well. Yeah, it's going pretty good so far. So there's a couple. There is some words that I don't know, but I'm trying my best. So, all right. But yeah, the VOD will be available on YouTube. I'm pretty sure that the YouTube live stream will just save as a VOD. So that is, you're right, Purple. That is why we read. Learn more words. All right. Oh, I just realized the 5 gets a little cut off right there. Let's do that. All right. Chapter 5. Running now, his knees already aching, Sig followed the hallway around to the right. He passed a janitor's closet, a half-empty trophy case, and even the driver of the hearse. A young private with a moon-shaped chin was waiting in the hallway, ready to take the coffin to the cemetery. "Mr. Zagorowski, is everything... You see anyone run this way?" Zig yelled. "Mr. Zagorowski, are you..." Zig blew past him, picking up speed. Nola and Flatnose couldn't have gotten... Turning the final corner, Zig was moving so fast, he nearly stepped on a coat that was on the floor. He jumped, hurtling over it, but it wasn't a coat, it was a man. Flatnose, face down on the gray and white linoleum, his arms and legs splayed outward, his body motionless. "Mother trucker! If she killed him..." Zig slid on his knees, even dropped his knife as he felt for a pulse. Thank God, still breathing. On Flatnose's forehead were 2 red welts, one on each temple. Zig had seen those before, from Nola's favorite weapon, a homemade insulated glove with metal pins just a centimeter long at the thumb and pinky. When she pressed the pins into your temple, your body vibrated with more electricity than a military-grade stun gun. Whoever Flatnose was, he didn't have a chance. "Okay, big man, don't vomit on me," Zig said, tugging Flatnose onto his side, into the fetal position. He tilted the man's head just right to open his airway and make sure he wouldn't choke if he threw up. "Nola, you still here?" Zig called out, rummaging through Flatnose's jacket, searching for ID. Better to know who he was, or at least who he worked for. Nothing. The ID was gone. So were his wallet, gun, even his radio. Nola had picked him clean. So what the hell does this have to do with Colonel Mint? Zig wondered, putting away his knife and remembering the Dover report. 2 nights ago, during what seemed like a home invasion, a robber had shot Archie Mint in the face and murdered a valet named Anthony Wojowicz. Did Nola come here for Mint? Or did she know the valet? Mint seemed more likely. He and Nola were both military. But as Zig rolled the facts through his brain, he couldn't shake the feeling that if the government was sending armed agents to a funeral and hiding Mint's real assignment from his own wife, this was about far more than a petty robbery. So what was Nola's stake? Zig took another look around. On this side of the gym, the long hallway was empty. Straight ahead was a doorway that led outside. On its left was a staircase that led upstairs. Wherever she went, Nola was gone. Of course she is, Zig thought, still reeling from the sheer coincidence of, wait. Zig closed his eyes, replaying it again. God, how could he be so blind? For Nola to be here at the exact same time, in the exact same spot that Zig was. No way was this all a coincidence. Pulling out his phone and stepping over Flatnose to give himself some space, Zig clicked to recent calls. Dover Air Force Base. He gave it a tap. It rang twice. Mortuary Branch Chief. Will with 1L answered. How can I... You think I'm a damn moron? Ziggy? Is that... I know you have caller ID, Will. And I also know you're full of manure, Zig said, still scouring the hallway and shoving open the door that led outside. There was a parking lot with scattered orange traffic cones, the practice area for driver's ed, fenced in. If Nola came this way, she'd have to go up and over the fence. Zig let the door shut and headed for the stairwell. This case, well, no more lies. Why'd you put me on this case? I told you. Please don't say it's because I'm the best sculptor. I swear on my mother's eyes, Zig. That's the truth. When the weather gets this hot, stiffs melt and don't call them stiffs. There are fallen. You know what There were armed agents here, well, quiet operators from the look of it, at a funeral. They were whispering in their sleeves like the president himself was coming. Ziggy, I have no idea what you're... That's strike two. Oh, and I spoke to Min's wife. According to her, her husband never spent a day working at Dover. Can you please listen? I saw her, Will. I saw Nola. There was a pause on the line. A long one. You were looking for her, weren't you? That's why your men were here. She's the one you were hunting. Sig challenged, shoving open the door to a pale yellow stairwell, realizing it was the same color yellow as the original morgue at Dover, to reduce stress and keep employees calm. It wasn't having its intended effect here. The stairwell was quiet, no sounds of anyone running. You knew she saved my life, that I knew her when she was little, Sig added. So you figured what? That bringing me in would somehow distract her and knock her off balance? Then you could send in the big guns and they'd... Ziggy, you have to understand. We had no... Who's we? Will paused again, then blurted a single name. Watley. Air Force Colonel O.J. Watley, Dover's new wing commander, in charge of the entire place. A year and a half ago, when Colonel Sue was promoted and Master Guns retired, O.J. took over the mortuary and its homicide investigation team. Why's the head of Dover looking at Nola? Zig asked, hearing a noise on his left. At the far end of the hall, a uniformed policeman was kneeling over the still unconscious flat nose, checking his vitals. Zig's eyes narrowed. According to the funeral plans, security was being run by the Pennsylvania State Police, all of them in gray formal ceremonial dress uniforms and Smokey Bear hats. This officer was in a dark blue beat cop uniform, the only one in the whole gym dressed like that. Sir, can I help you? Sig called out. The cop stood up, quickly walking away, leaving Flatnose behind. Come to the office, Will said through the phone. Colonel Watley can explain. How can you explain instead? Just come to the office. Zig hung up the phone. If you wanted answers, the beat cop was the better bet. The beat cop was the far better bet. Officer, Zig called out. The cop didn't stop. Instead, he ducked into a nearby stairwell, the door swinging shut behind him. Picking up speed, Sig sprinted after him. At the stairwell, he shoved his hip into the door and, You had a question for me? A flat voice asked. Sig tried to hit the brakes, but instead slammed directly into the chest of the police officer, who barely moved at the impact. The cop was short, 5'8", but built solid like concrete. Mr. Zagorowski, yes? The cop said, his voice deliberate and measured. You're looking for her too. It wasn't a question. Excuse me? I apologize for eavesdropping. I was. I heard your conversation, the officer said. Nola Brown. You know her. Who the hell are you? The officer smiled a broken smile that looked more like something he'd memorized than something he actually felt. Roddy LaPointe. He smiled wider, working hard at it. I'm Nola's brother. Chapter 6. Whitby, Texas, 21 years ago. This was Roddy when he was 7. He was a boy who was good at hiding things. This knife was a perfect example. He'd stolen the switchblade with a packwood handle from Gary Dubersky's older brother. Holding it now in his open palm, Roddy liked the weight of the knife. It had felt like it mattered, and though he couldn't verbalize it yet, he knew that not everything in life mattered. With his thumb, Roddy pressed the knife's silver button. The spear blade sprang out like a Nazi salute. "Roddy, you dumb, we're not even looking for you anymore," yelled 12-year-old Ellen P., the one girl on the block who everyone was afraid of. "No one cares." "I bet he's out of bounds," clucked Chad, a mouthy 10-year-old. But before he and Nola got rescued from the group home in Arkansas, Roddy had learned the consequences of being out of bounds. Here, he wasn't out of bounds. He was 20 feet straight up, well hidden by the leaves of the crooked red maple tree that served as home base for their game, a hasty merger of freeze tag and hide and seek. Standing on a branch that curved like a hammock, he stared down at the tops of Chad's and Ellen's heads, watching them move around like ants. Roddy stretched his arm straight out, dangling the knife from his fingertips. A few weeks ago, someone had lit a fire in the newspaper vending machine outside of Margie's luncheonette. 2 weeks before that, one of the girls in Roddy's class had come home crying, saying her knapsack smelled like pee. And last week, a neighbor had accused Roddy of using a stick to poke out her cat's eye. Roddy swore on Jesus he didn't do any of it. In response, Roddy's new foster dad, Mr. LaPointe, told him, "There's both a good Roddy and a bad Roddy inside you. But you need to feel that good one. But you need to feel the good one. Do you understand?" Roddy shook his head. He didn't understand. "Try it like this," added Mr. LaPointe, a devoted churchgoer. "We each have a little monster inside us." "A real monster?" "Kinda real. Sorta real. Like the bad Roddy versus the good Roddy. You have to look inside and try it like this. In those moments where you want to figure out good from evil, well, you know that little whisper that you hear at the back of your head? That's your conscience. It'll always lead you right." It was wise advice. Lately, though, the whisper at the back of Roddy's head was starting to get louder. "I bet he quit," Ellen P. said, clearly annoyed as she took a seat at the base of the tree. Roddy wouldn't quit. Not when he was having fun like this, pinching the knife between his pointer finger and thumb, letting it dangle, the blade pointed straight at Ellen P.'s head. "Hey, Nola, your brother run away?" Ellen P. called out to the little girl with the black eyes, who was standing there with the group, but somehow standing there by herself. "Who you think's weirder, him or you?" Chad added. Nola stood there, eyeing a big rock on the ground, wondering what sound it would make hitting Chad in the teeth. Up in the tree, Roddy shifted his outstretched arm to the left, now dangling the knife over Chad's head. All he had to do was let go. He didn't even need to aim. Gravity would do the rest. A smile lit Roddy's eyes. An erection expanded in his pants. There was a deep thrill that came with thinking about the silver blade plummeting straight into Chad's skull. But there was also something else, something Roddy didn't quite have a word for. "You're definitely the weirder one, ain't you, Nola?" Chad asked. Nola still didn't respond, didn't move, didn't do anything, still staring at the rock. "Fight back," Roddy tried to tell his sister, his fingers moistening with sweat, the knife still dangling above Chad's head. She's definitely the weirder one, Ellen P. taunted, Roddy now moving the knife over Ellen, then back over Chad, and then, to his own surprise, in a perfect swirl of rage, embarrassment, and helplessness, Roddy shifted his arm so the knife was directly above his sister Nola. For the rest of his life, Roddy would think back to this moment. It was here, as the knife dangled from his plump fingertips, as he held it above his twin sister's head, that 7-year-old Roddy LaPointe finally understood the electric charge currently coursing through him. This switchblade knife with the packwood handle wasn't just a cheap thrill, or a childish impulse, or even a self-destructive whisper at the back of his head. It was power. That was the word for it. This knife, it gave Roddy power. And dear God, after all he'd been through in Arkansas, it felt good to have power. Roddy, where the hell are you? Ellen P. demanded. I'm right here, Roddy thought, staring down at Ellen's head, at all their heads, tiny targets that taught him what none of his future therapists or court-appointed counselors would ever take the time to explain. That the most potent power in the entire world came from having power over someone else. Naturally, at 7 years old, Roddy couldn't articulate any of that. He just knew he felt good, better than he'd ever felt in his life. He wanted that feeling back again, and soon he'd get it. In the distance, the jingle of an arriving ice cream truck sent the kids, including Nola, scattering up the block. Their hiding game was over. Roddy put the knife away, his adrenaline levels returning to normal. His foster dad was right, though. We all have a little monster inside us. Chapter 7. Elmswood High School, Pennsylvania. Today. I don't mean to be rude, Sig said, but let me be rude. Since when does Nola have a brother? I guess since birth, Roddy said, adding a puffy little laugh. Sig didn't laugh back. They split us up as kids, Roddy explained, standing there, one hand on his police baton, the other fidgeting with the tip of his black tie. He had spidery fingers that stood out even in the poorly lit stairwell. I stayed with our foster family, the LaPointes, but Nola got sent to... How'd you know my name? Huh? Before. You called me Mr. Zagorowski. Who told you my name? Roddy swayed there a moment, blinking slowly, like his wiring was slightly off. He had a nasal voice, high in pitch, but he also spoke slowly and precisely, like he had a plan, or at least knew what happens when there's a lack of one. From the story, in the newspaper, I saw it online a few years back, Roddy said, with another slow blink. Nola's foster dad, Royale? Sig said. Yes, Royale. According to the newspaper, foster dad Royale was running some sort of scam against the military. Nola shut it down. They gave her a commendation and everything. That was the sanitized version that the military released to the public, though it left out the most important part. To save Zig's life, Nola had put a bullet in her foster dad's head. She disappeared soon after. She's my sister, my twin, Roddy added, Zig now doing what everyone does when they hear someone's a twin, looking for the resemblance, trying to decide if it's there or not. You don't believe me, Roddy said, taking off his police cap and revealing caramel skin, a pointy face, and a nose that had clearly been broken. He was young, late 20s, though, as with so many cops and soldiers, his weary eyes, clones of Nola's, black with flecks of gold, looked like they'd lived through a few extra decades. I haven't seen her since we must have been 7. So a few years ago, you saw a mention of her online, and then, what? You spent all this time trying to track her down? Ever lost any family, Mr. Zagorowski? Zig stayed silent. I'm sorry I offended you, because your daughter passed away, Roddy said. Zig now realizing Roddy was missing that filter that stopped him from saying every loose thought in his head. I read about your daughter, Maggie, when I looked you up. Maybe it's better if we stay focused on Nola, Zig said, now replaying his call with Will from Dover. For some reason, the head of Dover, in charge of all their homicide investigators, was looking for Nola. Now her brother, a cop, shows up doing the same. Whatever was really going on, it was bigger than anyone was saying, enough to bring Nola out of hiding. I'm not stalking you, Mr. Zagorowski. Nola's my blood relative, the only one I have. And I know this sounds a bit nutty, but it's like I can feel her out there, you know? Like she's my twin in ways that, again, a bit nutty, but it's like my pieces aren't pulled together until He took a breath. I just really want to find her. It wasn't completely nutty. Anyone with a missing twin would do the same. But as Roddy's spidery fingers pinched the brim of his police cap, Zig could feel that twitch in the back of his brain. The same one he'd get when he was reading the morning paper and saw a young person's obituary that was conspicuously silent about the cause of death. There's more to that story, Zig would think, which was exactly what he was thinking right now. Roddy, how'd you know Nola would be here today? Still staring over Zig's shoulder, out into the hallway, Roddy said, You don't trust me, do you, Mr. Zagorowski? You think I'm here to hurt her. I met you 2 minutes ago. It's a little early to... I had problems when I was little. Real problems. But I've turned those around. I got help. I'm glad you did, Roddy. But that still doesn't tell me they knew each other. Pardon? Nola and Colonel Mint. They weren't strangers. Zig figured as much. But it was time to get more info. According to who? I'm police, Roddy said, pointing with his chin to the badge on his chest. That's my job. Finding things that aren't meant to be found. Nola and Mint, they spent time together. Meaning they served together? Or they had something more? Huck! Huck! Please! Please, just wait! A female voice echoed from the hallway. Zig turned just in time to see a lanky boy with a long neck, Mint's son, as he burst through the gym doors, his mother, Tessa, chasing behind him. I can't! Huck pleaded, moving quickly, shaking his head over and over. He wasn't running. He was stumbling, practically falling, crashing on his knees, nearly slamming into the trophy case. Behind him, in the gym, the crowd was singing a hymn, How Great Thou Art, their voices reverberating up the hallway. I can't! Huck repeated as his mother caught up to him, dropping to her knees and wrapping her arms around him, like he was a grenade and she was willing to take the impact. Huck, sweetie, I'm here. Right here, Tessa said. She started to say something else, but immediately knew words weren't what mattered. I'm here. she repeated, hugging him tighter than ever. Young Huck, twisting and turning, his face bright red, his teeth gritted, his long neck trying to stretch out of her grip, like his head was about to unscrew from his body. "We'll get through this," Tessa insisted. Watching from the stairwell, all Zig could picture was his own daughter's funeral, right as it started, as they were about to walk out from the private receiving area and enter the room that held the waiting crowd. As Zig had stepped forward, he reached over to hold his wife's hand. She pulled away. Right there, Zig knew that Maggie wasn't the only thing being buried that day. It's too hard, Mom," Huck said. "It is," Tessa agreed, "but I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. Now let's go make Daddy proud." And just like that, she tugged her son to his feet, and they headed back toward the gym. "God bless strong mothers, huh?" Zig said, still in the stairwell. When Roddy didn't reply, Zig glanced over his shoulder. The stairwell was empty. Roddy and Agent Flatnose were both gone. Chapter 8. This was Nola when she was fuming. She was sketching, of course, sitting on the roof's parapet, which was covered in bird. She didn't care. Her pencil was moving in a blur. 4 floors down, the crowd exited the funeral, streaming into the street like an ever-expanding octopus. A few were crying and hugging, but the majority were making small talk, checking their phones, picking out where to go to lunch. No surprise, Nola thought. Death was terrible company. 3 steps outside the funeral, and most people just wanted to get back to their lives. To those joining the procession, please put a magnet on your car and put your bright headlights on, a funeral employee announced. Also, with a crowd of this size, please be aware of your surroundings. Nola was most definitely aware. On her sketch pad, she drew every detail she remembered from the gym. The coffin in front, the pastor at the podium. She added some cross-hatching to his chin, trying to get his face just right. He had watery eyes, cataracts coming, but the rendering, something still looked wrong. It was the same with every other face in the bleachers, from the man with the feral eyes and overgrown mustache to the 40-year-old woman whose kids sat next to her in size order. Everyone looked too angular. Her line work was short and choppy. Nola knew why. This was how she drew when she was distracted. Angry, if she was being honest. Fuming. She took a breath, closed her eyes. Mongol, Faber, Stettler, Ticonderoga, Swan. Nola flipped through the mental list the psychiatrist gave her for when her rage was too much. Mongol, Faber, Statler. She tried picturing Lieutenant Colonel Mint. Then the so-called funeral employee with a flat nose who she put down in the hallway. But all she kept seeing was Zig. Such a pain in the... She didn't like Zig. Didn't like the way he always looked at her, with pity in his eyes. Like she was someone he was there to rescue. It made her feel like she was 12 again. And if Nola wanted one thing in life, it was to never feel 12 again. The question remained, though. What the hell was he doing here? She sketched his face, the deep worry lines and wide eyes. He looked confused, almost as surprised as she was. Even when Nola was little, she was when she was drawing, she saw things. Things she didn't even realize were there. When her pencil hit the page, the full image appeared. Her art teacher, Miss Sable, called it a gift. Army psychologists saw it as a different sort of asset, selecting her to be the Army's artist in residence. Since World War I, the Army had kept an artist, an actual painter, on staff to document everything from the beaches of Normandy to Vietnam to 9/11. With Nola's ability to spot things as she painted, like an elderly Iraqi man who was strolling through a village, she could find what everyone else overlooked, like the phone the old Iraqi was carrying. On that day, Nola looked up mid-brushstroke. The village had no cell service. Moving in close and putting a knife to the man's throat, she confirmed that what he was really holding was a detonator. According to her supervisors, Nola saved at least a dozen lives that afternoon. From there, the Army quickly realized that her observational skills were something they could use to track and kill those who did harm in this world, which was fine by Nola, since, my God, did she excel at that. Now sketching the edges of Zig's shoulders, Nola added 2 straps, a backpack for his mortising tools. Was that why he came? To work on Min's body? It made some sense. Still, for it to be Zig, of all people, no way was that coincidence. In her pocket were the ID and wallet that she'd swiped from the flat-nosed funeral employee she hit with the electro glove. Sergeant First Class Malcolm Green, at least according to his CAC, the ID card carried by all active military. 29 years old, from South Carolina. Like a careful soldier, he didn't keep any mention of his unit or who he worked for in his wallet, though as Nola flipped through his photos, she found a family pic from a recent holiday ball. Around his blonde wife's neck was the same type of gold charm so many spouses get from Rudy's Jewelry in North Carolina. The charm had a hand-grabbing 2 lightning bolts. In gold sparkly letters were the words Semper Vigiles, Latin for vigilant always. Nola whispered, suddenly feeling like there were ants under her skin, crawling from the back of her neck and fanning out down her arms. That unit, she knew that unit. Of course it was them. Her past back to haunt her, vigilant always. She started to sweat, scribbling harder now, searching to see who else they might have hidden in the crowd. Shifting the sketch pad, she took another look at her drawings of the pastor, then Mint's wife and kids, the crying boy with the thin neck, and the daughter with the scabbed knees, Huck and Violet. There was something in their faces. Nola leaned closer, recognizing that cocktail of loss and anger in both their eyes. They'd never be the same. But in the daughter's eyes, there was something else, too. Defiance? Disobedience? Nola didn't have the word for it yet, but she'd seen it before in her own life. Loss was always the best tutor. In the distance, dozens of car doors slammed all at once. A chorus of mourners headed to the cemetery. Nola turned at the sound. Her pencil broke on the page. Mint's kids didn't deserve this. Pulling a new pencil from her bag, Nola added a few extra lines to the flag on Mint's coffin, replaying that day all those years ago when she first encountered that unit back at Warehouse 3, or, as the military code named it, Grandma's Pantry. Nola scribbled the words below Mint's coffin, not even realizing she was doing it. Fool. You're a novice fool, she told herself, erasing them just as fast. When did you get so sloppy? though she knew though she knew the answer. This close to home, this close to her old life, to Min and what he did for her. Then to have Zig show up. That was why they'd sent him, wasn't it? The dumb old dope was so excited to come back, he didn't even realize he and she were being used. As always, the unit had a simple goal before they attacked. Make her emotional, careless. Nola was usually too smart to let things get personal, but the way her blood was starting to churn, no. Don't let them dictate your path. Find your calm and you'll find who's behind this. Forcing herself to keep drawing, she held her pencil tight, sketching bystanders in the bleachers. She tilted her head, taking notice as one in particular came into view. The man was squat and wore a uniform. A cop, Nola realized. But as she started filling in his face, those eyes, she knew those eyes. They were just like hers. No, she hadn't seen him in decades. But there he was, in the crowd at the funeral. Her twin brother, Roddy. Nola's pencil stabbed through the page, nearly puncturing his face. He was polished and clean now. A cop. But at his core, she knew who he really was. Nola was moving now, scrambling bits of gravel spraying across the rooftop, her brain churning through all the possibilities. The fact that Roddy was here, that meant he knew. He knew the truth about Mint. That she and Mint, get out! Now! She told herself. Bursting into the stairwell, Nola darted down, praying she had it wrong. She needed to run, leave, get answers. Jumping down the last 3 steps, she hit the push bar at full speed, sending the metal door swinging wide. Someone was crying, and a few mourners still lingered in the parking lot. Nola lowered her head, speed walking toward the lot. She thought she'd had it figured out, even the Zig part, but with Roddy in the mix, the way he was hiding there, lying in wait, a darker thought filled her brain. Mongol, Baber, Stutler. She didn't want to think it. Her head was still down, trying to stay out of sight. When Nola first heard what happened to Min, she immediately came running, like this was one of her old missions. But it was time to admit, this wasn't a mission. It was a trap, and she was standing at the center of... Click. Sergeant Brown, you seem like a reasonable person. Sergeant Brown, you seem like a reasonable person, so I'm going to make a reasonable request, a man whispered behind her, pressing his gun to the back of her head. Show me those hands. Nola started to turn, reaching for her electro glove. And don't think I'm going to let you zap me in the head. Malcolm's still pissed about that, he said, yanking the glove from her hand, the speed of his attack sending her colored pencils flying across the asphalt, his gun still at her head. He was massive, but spectacularly fast, in a cheap suit just like the other so-called funeral employee. The giveaway was his weapon. Please, just make this easy, Sergeant Brown, he added, pulling down on the bolt release. Nola knew that sound. Submachine gun. Special forces. Without a word, Nola raised her hands in the air. Smiling, he pulled out his handheld mic. I got her. Package en route, he said. Yeah, don't worry. I'm on it. Shoving her forward with his gun, he reached for his handcuffs. I don't know what you did, Sergeant Brown, but damn, is my boss excited to see you. Alright, I will be right back. Gonna grab a quick snack. Alright, I'm back. Let me know if you're enjoying it so far. That was chapter 8. Okay. Chapter 9. Wonderly Square, Pennsylvania. He's a big fat liar, Wags said through the phone. You don't know that, Sig replied, swaying. Wait a minute. You don't know that, Sig replied, gripping. You don't know that, Zig replied, gripping the steering wheel, the small earbud microphone swaying near his chin. I do know that, Ziggy. And you know how I know? Because you looked him up. Because I looked him up. And more important, because of what I found, Wags said. As head of the FBI unit that gathered terrorists' biometrics from explosive devices, Amy Wags was a master at uncovering what people left behind. As Zig's first friend at Dover, back when her husband had decided he was gay and asked for permission to date his law partner Andrew, she was also a master at Zig. Can I make a prediction, Ziggy? Is this a real question? Or is this like that time when you tried to convince me that oatmeal cookies were real cookies, even though we both know they're cruel insults made of cardboard? Wow, going with an old joke about oatmeal cookies, she said. well aware of how Zig always dealt with nervousness. That's a new joke. And an old habit. Remember that night on the first anniversary of your divorce? She said. When Charmaine posted all those Facebook photos of her and her friends at some bar, all of them making horribly kissy faces and toasting with their fruity pink drinks, like it was some middle-aged bachelorette party. You know how many jokes you made that night, Ziggy? Zig stayed silent, remembering the photos perfectly, especially the one where Charmaine, his ex, was smiling wide, looking genuinely happy. On that night, Zig didn't call anyone, but Wags called him. This is me, Ziggy. No more jokes. Whoever's chasing Nola, however she's tied to Colonel Mint's death, I'm telling you, the more you dive into this, the more you're gonna hurt. Wags, I appreciate the concern, but you're not listening. This is what Nola always does. The moment someone puts their neck out for her, she chops their head off. Glancing in his rear view, Zig spotted a black Acura, Washington, D.C. plates. Not a big deal. D.C. was barely an hour and a half away. Can you please just tell me what you found out? Can you please just tell me what you found about her, brother? No, not until you open your eyes. I know you and Nola have a history. She grew up in your hometown, and more important, was friends with your daughter. This has nothing to do with Maggie. Wags let out a laugh, a real one. You really can't make peace with her, can you? Who? Nola or my daughter? There's your problem, Ziggy. Sometimes I'm not sure you can even tell the difference. With a tug of his sweaty hands, Zig pulled off at the exit for a small town of Wonderly Square, where nature smiles for 5 miles, read the homemade wooden sign. On his right was the town's main strip mall, which always reminded Zig of the Twin Pines Mall from Back to the Future, where the DeLorean first hits 88 miles per hour. Doc Brown had it right. Time travel was risky. By the way, Ziggy, in case you haven't noticed, Nola didn't ask for your help. In fact, near as I can tell, even after they tried to nab her, Nola actively avoided your involvement. So let's start again. Why are you suddenly so obsessed? Hitting the brakes at the end of the exit ramp, Zig eyed a heavy-set Hispanic woman on the side of the road. She was dressed in a ratty Philadelphia Eagles t-shirt, selling flowers from a white plastic bucket. Locals called her Big Philly. Zig called her Luciana. Gerbera daisies, Luciana mouthed to Zig, pointing to her beat-up assortment of red, orange, and yellow flowers that everyone knew were the week-olds from Bouquet of Sun, the local flower shop. As usual, Zig rolled down his window and gave Luciana $1. As usual, he didn't take any flowers. I asked you a question, Ziggy, Wags said through the phone, hitting the gas and watching Luciana shrink in the rear view. Zig noticed that the flower lady was waving, not at him, but at the next car that had just come off the exit. Black Acura. Washington plates. Zig squinted, trying to get a better look at the driver. The sun visor was down, blocking the driver's face. Zig made a quick left. The Acura went right. Other side of town. Zig kicked himself for being so paranoid. Wags, what number date are you on? You're trying to change the subject. I'm making a point. You and the deuce, Zig said, referring to the guy Wags had been dating for the past few months, the first real boyfriend she'd had in almost a decade. His name's Mikkel. Don't insult the deuce like that, Zig teased, using the name that Wags instantly regretted telling him was on Mikkel's personalized license plate, the Deuce, named after the '32 Ford Coupe that his grandfather used to drive. So date number 6 with the deuce. Number 7, date 11, Wags said. Today's our 2-month anniversary. He sent me a corsage. Wait, an actual corsage? Like for prom? Don't make fun, Wags warned. Sig now hearing a soft pop through the phone. Wags, I need to know right now. Did you just open that little plastic corsage box? Because I'm currently picturing you sniffing at it. Because I'm currently picturing you sniffing it like you're wearing a puffy dress in the back of a limo. There was a long pause and a soft snap. You just put it back in the box, didn't you? Sig, you said you had a point. My point is simply that even someone new in your life, like the Deuce, if he was in trouble, you'd want to... No. Don't you dare try to use my good thing to make your bad thing look good. You don't even know Mint. My job is to take care of our fallen troops. That was your job. Not anymore. You left it, remember? So please, spare me the high and mighty speech. It's not a speech. I know, it's your mission. It's your mission. But you heard what his wife said. According to our records, Mint's last assignment wasn't at Dover. He was a reservist, doing security work at FIG, she said, referring to the Pennsylvania military base, known as Fort Indian Town Gap. Zig didn't say a word. Wait, Wag said. You already looked him up, didn't you? Of course he had. Who'd you sweet talk? Esther and Veterans Affairs? Wags challenged. Connie in personnel. You called Connie before you called me? I used to work there, Wags. I can name Connie's grandkids by heart, including the little one who they dressed like a Harley-Davidson biker for Halloween. So she told you. Mint was assigned to Dover only since last month. Mint was assigned to Dover only since last night. They gave him pencil orders. Zig nodded. He'd seen it before. When a government spy was killed overseas on a secret mission, Dover sometimes used pencil orders to hide where they were really stationed. Giving them orders that were penciled in made it look like they worked at Dover. That doesn't mean Mint was Spec Ops or some secret squirrel, Zig said, remembering the medals on Mint's chest. The average spy had far fewer. Sometimes, when a government big shot dies, like a senator, Zig added, they can also get pencil orders to bring them into Dover. So they get our good morticians rather than some local funeral home. Either way, your so-called friends at Dover were lying to you, Ziggy. And when you called Will to ask him, he kept that lie going. Maybe he's just trying to protect Mint's privacy. Or maybe they know it's the best way to suck you in. Mint's one of us. And now you'll come running. Which is exactly what you did, isn't it? Then all you had to do was spot Nola. Which, no surprise, you did that too. I love that you're one of the kindest people on the planet, Ziggy. But I've seen teenagers in horror movies who are less predictable. Car washes that were less predictable. I get the point, Wags. Ferris wheels that were less predictable. Now you're rubbing it in and being overdramatic. No, I'm being smart. I know what getting that phone call meant to you. I know the past few years haven't exactly been packed with excitement. You didn't see the look on Nola's face, Wags. She knew she was being followed. Whoever's chasing her is now potentially focusing on you. Is that your good plan? Put the bullseye on yourself? Sig stayed quiet, making a left on Citron Avenue, a narrow street dotted with beat-up birch trees. Within half a block, houses started popping up, most of them one-story bungalows. with little front porches that people actually sat on, rather than just used for ornamentation. Ziggy, if you think there's something fishy with Mint's death, he was shot in his own driveway. Of course it's fishy. Then call in help. And tell them what? That the head of Dover didn't tell me everything about his private investigation? That's not a crime. That's a... Zig's mouth stayed open as he turned onto his own block. Halfway down, a police car had pulled diagonally into the street, blocking Zig's way. Ziggy, you okay? Wags asked in his ear. Unclear, Zig said, slowing down and bucking to a stop. The door to the cop car swung wide. A short man in a dark blue police uniform stepped out. Mr. Zagorowski, nice to see you again, said Nola's brother, Roddy, as he flashed a broken smile. You got a few moments to chat? Chapter 10. For the rest of his short life, Conrad Ben would regret this moment. He's in, yeah? Conrad called out, rushing past the secretary, a middle-aged Asian woman with smoker's lips and Velcro carpal tunnel wrist braces that everyone knew were just a show. Don't, Miss Lee warned, barely looking up. Conrad was still moving, squatty legs pumping, his square face sweaty, his fist about to knock on Mr. Vest's cherrywood door. Mr. Vest said if I found something, he said to interrupt. Young man, I'm trying to help you here, Miss Lee said. She called everyone young man, since employee retention wasn't exactly Mr. Vest's strong suit. Perhaps you should start again and ask me who Mr. Vest is in there with. Conrad froze, his knuckles now inches from the door. He knew that tone. His daughter? His daughter, Miss Lee said, undoing her Velcro straps. Zzz, zzz, then redoing them. Born in a spotty Armenian neighborhood outside of Cleveland, Conrad was a big guy, but never a bright guy. As a high school football player, he'd earned the nickname Volcano when, during a steroid rage in the school parking lot, he punched his fist through someone's driver's side window and, of course, required surgery. Definitely not bright, but that didn't mean he was dumb. Putting his ear to the door, Conrad heard electronic beeps and boings. Are they? Miss Lee nodded. A few weeks back, for his daughter, Nessie's birthday, Mr. Vest had bought an upright vintage video game, Frogger. Original console, original paneling, refurbished joystick. Every day after school, this was their ritual. Daddy and daughter time. Yet, if you think it's worth bothering him, Miss Lee added, like she was enjoying herself, I guess I really can't stop you, can I? Conrad glanced down at his phone, a single bead of sweat skiing down his square face. He said to interrupt, he whispered, more to himself than anyone else. Miss Lee offered nothing but a shrug. This is stupid. Mr. Vest told me if we found something. Never finishing the sentence, Conrad rapped his knuckle against the office door. The video game went silent. There was a shift in the air. Conrad took a half step back. He could feel it through the door, like when the T-Rex turns your way in Jurassic Park. Something was coming. It's the turtles. I hate those turtles. A slow voice rumbled through the door, using two distinct syllables for the word turtles. Mr. Vess always spoke slowly, every sentence expanding and filling the room. Mr. Vess always spoke slowly, every sentence expanding and filling the room, like he was daring people to interrupt. Mr. Vess, Conrad asked, leaning in toward the closed door. You talking to me, or you... Speak, quickly! Vess's voice insisted, though it took 5 full seconds to get the words out. The door was still shut. He wasn't opening it. Sir, I found that thing you... Conrad paused, careful of who else was listening. You should see this, Mr. Vess. The door opened just a few inches. Mr. Vess's knife of a nose and yellow teeth glowing through the crack. Conrad slid his phone toward the gap. It was yanked from his hand, the door still barely open. Conrad could hear Mr. Vess breathing through his nose as he studied the photo on the phone. Who's the cop? You don't want to know, Conrad said. And the guy with him? That's who Dover called in. Still trying to figure out why. From what we can tell, he's got a personal interest in Mint's case, already making calls and sniffing everywhere. He got a name? Jim Zigorowski. They call him Zig. Mr. Vess continued staring at the photo, the glow of the phone lighting his face. He tended to see things in black and white. You're good or you're bad, smart or dumb, loyal or a rat. Dad, come on, his daughter pleaded, the beeps and boings of Frogger starting up behind him. Call in the Reds. Sir, you sure that's a... Conrad stopped, started again. There are easier ways to... Vess shot him a look. Argument over. As Vess had learned years ago from his grandmother, some businesses succeed by making noise. Others profit only when there's quiet. Call in the Reds, and I assume you have an address for Mr. Zigorowski. Chapter 11. Ziggy, say the word and I'll send help, Wags said in his ear. Zig stayed silent as he got out of his car in his driveway. His right hand skated toward the knife in his pants pocket, while his other hand tucked his phone into his shirt pocket. Even as Roddy approached and Zig slammed the car door, Zig didn't shut off his phone. If things went south, better for Wags to be listening in. Roddy, what a true joy to see that in addition to invading my personal space, you've driven over an hour to show up at my home. Zig said, adding an extra scoop of charm, hoping it would diffuse whatever was coming. Though, if you're here for the block party, you're actually 2 weeks early, he added, loud enough so Wags could hear. Roddy didn't laugh, didn't even grin, like he was still processing the, oh, heh, I get it. You're making a joke. That's funny, Roddy said, his odd smile back in place. He took his cap off his head, revealing short black hair that was shaved to the scalp on the sides. Big yellow letters on his car door read, Jersey City Police. A Jersey cop out in southeastern Pennsylvania. Whatever Roddy was up to, he was crossing state lines to do it. Would you mind hanging up your phone, Mr. Zagorowski? My phone isn't... I can see you're mid-call, Roddy said, holding up a small, high-tech tablet, the kind that usually only feds had. Zig still didn't hang up his phone. Mr. Zagorowski, I'm obviously here to talk about my sister, and I have a feeling you want to hear what I'm about to tell you. I can't do that if there's a stranger listening in. Zig stood there a moment. He didn't have much choice. Ziggy, don't hang up, Wags called out. Click. She was gone. Roddy said, making a satisfied noise as he stared at his tablet. The line was clear. My foot fell asleep 2 times today. You ever have that happen? Twice in one day? Zig just stared at him. Roddy, back at the funeral, you said you had problems when you were younger. I'd like to know what those were. Roddy barely moved, staring up at Zig's gray, clapboard bungalow with the white trim that needed painting. You worry about her, don't you, Miss Zagorowski? Nola. Your body shifts when I say her name. You're her friend. I didn't think she had anyone who cared for her. If you have a specific question, you understand that she and Colonel Mint, they knew each other, Roddy said, his voice slow and methodical. Know each other where? From one of Nola's first assignments, where she did one of her first paintings at a place called Grandma's Pantry. Chapter 12. Widgery, Texas. 21 years ago. This was Roddy when he was 7. Once again, he was hiding and chewing gum. Juicy fruit. They were all hiding and chewing gum. Him, his foster sisters, his foster brother, huddled together at the top of the stairs, spying down like they were trying to spot Santa Claus on Christmas. But this definitely wasn't Christmas. She in trouble? One of them asked. Chew, chew, chew. They all chewed back. They didn't have to answer. Nola was always in trouble. It looks like... I think she's eating, said the oldest, Anne-Marie, squinting through the slats of the banister toward the kitchen, where their mother and father, Barb and Walter Lapointe, were serving Nola dinner. Mac and cheese. Not just any mac and cheese. Space Jam mac and cheese. Plus the rest of Nola's favorite meal. Chocolate milk and Oreos. Double stuff, of course. Here you go, sweetie pie, Walter said. That was the tip-off. Nola was never sweetie pie. Only his 3 biological kids were. Knocking the Oreo plate aside, Walter slid a vanilla icing sheet cake in front of Nola. From upstairs, the kids couldn't read the bright green letters. We will miss you. Nola looked around, confused. This will be your last night with the family, Walter told Nola, matter-of-factly. What's going on? Why are you doing this? Nola asked. Upstairs, at the back of the pack, young Roddy was silent, tucking his gum under his tongue. He knew why they were doing this. A year and a half ago, twins Nola and Roddy had been rescued from a brutal group home in northern Arkansas. Someone had shown Barb LaPointe a fax with their photos. She took it as a sign from Jesus, driving to meet the adorable twin 3-year-olds. To her surprise, Roddy and his sister, with identical bowl haircuts so that predators wouldn't know Nola was a girl, were 3 years older than the group home had disclosed, with behavioral problems omitted. On his first night in Texas, Roddy refused to get undressed, sleeping in his clothes on the couch. He did the same on his second night, so Barb slept on the chair next to him. When Barb woke up, Roddy was at her feet, like a loving cat. Progress, she thought. The twins had matching black eyes with flecks of gold and the same honey-colored skin. But Roddy's disarming grin made him more charming and likable than sullen Nola, and also more dangerous. At the end of their first week, Roddy's foster sister, Anne-Marie, noticed that one of her gold bangle bracelets was missing. Roddy found it in Nola's room. "Thank you," Anne-Marie said, pulling him so close his cheek was pressed into her breast. "You're the good one," she whispered. Over the next few weeks, a window in the house was broken. Toys began to disappear, then were found in Nola's room, always smelling like urine. In no time, the LaPointes were worried about the safety of their own children, a worry that deepened when someone set fire to the living room carpet. Therapists came to visit and things went back to normal. Then Nola came home with a black eye and a ruthless hospital bill from a ferocious boy in 5th grade, whose front teeth she'd knocked out with a steel thermos. "Miss Nola," Walter said in that tone no one argued with, "it's time to go." No," Nola replied, tears swelling in her eyes. Walter seized her arm. "No, please don't do this," she yelled, trying to pull out of his grip. At the top of the stairs, the other kids curled together, watching helplessly. "What are they doing?" the youngest, Paulette, whispered. "Keeping us safe," Anne-Marie replied. Behind them, Roddy kept to the back of the pack, his head down so no one could see the joy that was spreading across his dark eyes. 10 minutes ago, when the LaPointe said they wanted to speak to Nola alone, Roddy thought they'd found out the truth. It was him. Roddy was the one who broke in the window and peed on the toys, just like he was the one who stole Anne-Marie's bracelet and hid it in Nola's room. It was even Roddy who picked the fight with thermos teeth, telling the ferocious 5th grader that he'd spit in the boy's backpack. Roddy was about to get his face punched in until Nola came to his aid. Sure, Nola was the one who set fire to the carpet, a rushed and poorly considered plan to protect the family dog, whom Roddy was chasing around with a candle, but right now, that was the least of Nola's worries. "Someone! Roddy, help! Roddy, please!" Nola begged, fighting to break her foster father's grip. At the top of the stairs, Roddy didn't move, didn't make a sound. He was just a kid. He could never have engineered, much less foreseen, all this. But to watch it play out, naturally, he felt bad. But if the choice was between Nola taking the fall or Roddy confessing everything, well, that was no choice at all. "Don't make this harder than it is," Walter LaPointe said, tugging Nola's wrist. "Please, I'll be good," she yelled, bits of Oreo spraying from her mouth. She was clawing at his hand. Her foster mom was crying. "We'll both be good." "Don't look," young Anne-Marie whispered at the top of the stairs, covering Paulette's eyes. Roddy didn't take the advice, leaning between his foster sisters. He gripped the wooden guardrails like jail bars, chomping on his juicy fruit as something new filled his chest. He thought it was another rush of power, but it wasn't. It was a thrill. That was the only word for it. The thrill that comes from getting away with something. A dark grin spread across his face. No matter what Nola said, no matter the proof, would they ever believe Roddy was the guilty one? They would. For months now, the LaPointes had known the truth. They knew both twins had problems, but it was Roddy who needed more help. Money was tight. With 3 other kids to take care of, they could help one of the twins, but not both. Barb LaPointe preyed on it for a week. The decision was clear. Find Nola a new home. She was the stronger one, the resilient one. She'd be okay. I'll be good. We'll both be good, Nola begged. We won't bother anyone again. Da-da-da, ding, 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 ding. The doorbell rang, playing The Yellow Rose of Texas, though Roddy never knew the name of the song. No, please, Nola begged as Walter scooped her up. She grasped at the kitchen chairs, the phone cord, anything to get a handhold. Barb was sobbing as she followed them to the living room, praying Nola's grip from the threshold. Please, Mom, don't give me to them. Don't give me to them. But it wasn't them. It was him. To this day, Roddy could still remember every detail. The diagonal view from the top of the stairs, the curve of the wooden guardrails in his hands, even the sweet smell of the juicy fruit as the front door opened. I'm here for the... The man never finished his sentence. He had a pitted face, greedy eyes, and incredibly long eyelashes. I'm Royal Barker, he explained. Walter went to shake his hand, but he was still holding Nola like a thrashing bride on the threshold. Royal cocked his head at the sight. You must be Nola. Don't. You must be Nola. Dad, please, Nola begged, trying to grab at the door. I'll be good. I swear I'll be good. It would be 21 years before Roddy saw his sister again. If anyone's just joining in, welcome. Reading the Lightning Rod. Just finished chapter 12. Be starting chapter 13 momentarily. Another short break. Chapter 13. Today. Grandma's party, Sig repeated. You don't know what I'm talking about, do you? Roddy asked. He was smarter than Zig at first thought. When Roddy stared at you, his black eyes fixed like an anchor, it was easy to think he was socially awkward, which he was. He was also clearly analyzing every detail he observed. What about Rashida? Have they told you about her? Roddy, you just drove really far to get to my house. If there's something you want to know, can we just get to it? Out of nowhere, Roddy turned to his left, staring up the block. All was quiet. A second later, a black car zipped across Citron Avenue, just as Roddy knew it would. The car was gone in an eye blink. Zig now noticed that Roddy was wearing a hearing aid of some sort. Were Jersey cops allowed to serve with hearing aids? Have you seen this painting, Mr. Zagorowski? Roddy held up his tablet, swiping to a photo of a canvas covered in watercolors, grays, dab browns, and at the very center, a mix of yellow and black. The painting was of someone's cubicle, but it looked like it had been painted years ago. But it looked like it had been painted years ago. Big gray computer monitor, messy desk. The focal point was a soldier in a black windbreaker, sitting in profile, working at the computer. Two other younger soldiers, a black woman and a black or maybe Hispanic man, wore matching windbreakers and stood behind him. All three of them were studying the big monitor. A black and yellow patch on the woman's shoulder shoved a barely readable scribble underneath. Semper Vigiles, Latin for vigilant always. I assume you know who painted this, Roddy asked. Zig motioned to the bottom corner of the painting, which had a signature line in white block letters, N. Brown. When was this painted? It looks old, Zig said, though it wasn't just from the outdated computer monitor. The art itself, the soldiers at the center, it looked more rudimentary than Nola's usual paintings. When she was artist in residence, you know what her job was, right? She painted disasters. Sometimes total horrors, sometimes the mundane, Roddy explained, shaking his leg like it was asleep again. For over a century, the army had a painter on staff documenting the country's greatest battles. 5 years ago, when they hired Nola as artist in residence, the army told her she could go wherever she wanted. Afghanistan, Syria, anywhere. War painters get full clearance. In fact, on the day this painting was created, a Pave-Hawk Medevac helicopter crashed in Bahrain. 8 service members, including 3 doctors and a reporter, were killed. Time magazine made a cover story of it. Zig remembered the story and the bodies when they came through Dover. Zig had worked on the co-pilot, a Marine whose head was cracked open like an eggshell. Zig spent 9 hours wiring the man's skull together, then personally polished his wedding ring, which somehow had gotten looped onto a cracked rib. When they presented the ring to the Marine's family, his wife threw it back in Zig's face, screaming that this wouldn't bring back her dead husband. Why are you telling me this? Zig asked. That Medevac story was impossible to ignore. It was national news. Most war painters would have headed straight to Bahrain. Instead, for some reason, on one of Nola's first days on the job, she headed here. He pointed at the painting. Grandma's pantry, Zig said. This was one of the first very pieces of artwork she painted. Zig took another look. So what was the mission in Grandma's pantry? It's the title of the painting. But recognize any of the soldiers? Zig looked closer at the painting. The soldier sitting at the desk. His face was in profile, but his forehead, his hairline, Mother Trucker. Lieutenant Colonel Mint? Roddy swiped to a new photo. The back of the canvas, where Nola always ID'd her subjects. On screen, 3 names were handwritten in block lettering. Archie Mint, Rashida Robinson, Elijah King. From what I could find, all 3 were in the same unit, Roddy explained, swiping back to the paintings and enlarging the photo to enhance the logo on Mint's jacket. A hand grabbing 2 lightning bolts. Semper Vigiles. Army Security Agency, Roddy explained, again checking over his shoulder. This time, the street was quiet. Dates back to World War II, where they did high-end investigative work, top secret and above, stuff they didn't even trust to the Army intel folks. Oddly, the unit was supposedly disbanded after the Cold War. Yet, here they are, doing an investigation big enough that it made Nola ignore the #1 military story in the country, just so she could come see it. Zig said as Roddy again made that sound. He didn't have to say anything else. Whatever Nola was chasing all those years ago and whatever Mint was investigating, their paths crossed here at a place called Grandma's Pantry, a military location whose real specialty so far seemed to be making high-end secrets disappear. What about Rashida and Elijah? Zig said, referring to the other 2 soldiers in the painting. Have you tried reaching out to them? Roddy offered a flat gaze, handing Zig the tablet. Swipe left. On screen was a new photo of a burned-out car. Half of one, really. The back seat and trunk completely missing. The blackened car sheared in half. This was yesterday, around midnight, down by Sunco, Roddy explained, referring to one of the many refineries near the Philadelphia airport. Zig swiped left to another angle on the car, this one slightly closer. Through the missing front windshield, there was a single figure, scorched from the fire, slumped toward the steering wheel, her head dangling in the way that heads are never meant to dangle. Police report called it a suicide. Said the car rammed full speed through the refinery's metal fence, crashing into one of their big rinsing tanks. When you mix chemicals and combustion like that, Zig swiped to the next picture. A crime scene close-up of just the woman, her body burned so badly that she was nothing but a charred black crisp shaped like a human. One of her arms had somehow been spared, showing a patch of dark brown skin. Rashida Robinson, fallen number 2548. Zig thought, catching himself. This wasn't his job anymore. He wasn't assigned to put this woman to rest. Still, it's hard to look at, yes? Roddy asked. Sadly for Zig, it wasn't. During his decades at Dover, the very worst part of the job was that he got used to it. Death shouldn't be a stranger, not someone familiar. It's why he left Dover and its never-ending stream of young cadets. Cadets sliced down in their prime, their families clinging to God and hating God all in the same breath. It's why Zig had sworn he'd never go back. And yet, there he was, staring down at this woman's burnt body and blackened teeth. With a few swipes to the right, Zig returned to the back of the painting and its 3 names. Archie Mint, Rashida Robinson, Elijah King. 2 days ago, Mint had been shot dead outside his home. Last night, Rashida Robinson was found dead too. It was a hell of a coincidence. Or Zig was starting to realize, not a coincidence at all. Whatever really went on all those years ago at Grandma's pantry, someone seemed to be working their way down the list of the investigators who were stationed there. You understand now? Yes? Roddy asked. That leaves Elijah, Painter. Oh, you understand now, yes? Roddy asked. That leaves Elijah and Nola, Zig whispered, the air going quiet. She was just a painter, though. That doesn't mean anyone's coming for her. You sure about that? Roddy asked, grabbing the tablet, his spidery fingers swiping to a new photo. He held it up for Zig. On screen was a muscular man in a suit, curled on the ground and holding his leg, clearly in pain. Staff Sergeant Buddy Adcock, one of the undercover agents stationed outside Mint's funeral. He's a meat eater, Roddy said. Apparently, he surprised Nola as she headed toward the parking lot, tried to put cuffs on her. Oh, geez, what'd she do? Yanked a pen from his front pocket and jammed it into his kneecap, popping it like a bottle cap. He's currently being prepped for surgery to repair the dislocation. Zig stared at the photo, at the pen protruding from the staff sergeant's knee, and at the man's oversized pistol lying there on the sidewalk. An MP7 submachine gun. Not a normal service weapon, which meant this guy Adcock was Special Forces, Zig whispered. At a local funeral, in a small town, Roddy said. That seemed normal to you, Mr. Zigorowski? Zig stayed silent. Now he was the one checking over his own shoulder. Yesterday, the higher-ups at Dover had pulled him onto this case, clearly hoping to put their eyes on Nola. But if Special Forces was involved, pulling weapons like that, they weren't just trying to talk to Nola. They were hunting her. Zig took another look at the young soldier, curled on the sidewalk, clenching his teeth in pain. This, Zig knew, was the moment he should walk away. This has nothing to do with you. For all he knew, Roddy was in on it too, using Zig to flush her out. You look like I'm causing you pain, Mr. Zigorowski. You're worried I want to hurt her. Roddy, I just met you. Roddy's face shifted. I'm not a perfect person. I'm not proud of everything I've done in my life. But you know why I'm a good cop? Because I don't care if people like me, he said, suddenly serious. It's a bigger asset than you'd think. It lets me ask hard questions and get real answers. But if you think I'd hurt my sister, I never said you'd hurt her. She just, when it comes to Nola, I'm not sure you understand what you're getting into. She's not going to want your help, my help, anyone's help. That doesn't mean she doesn't need it. Zig thought about that, and once again, he could see 12-year-old Nola at the Girl Scout camp out, down on the ground, clutching her bloody ear after a can of orange soda exploded in the fire. Get her help! Get her to the hospital! Zig's daughter was screaming. Yet what Zig remembered most was that when he reached down to scoop up Nola, she recoiled, scratching at him like a cornered cat. Half a second later, she caught herself, realizing Zig was just trying to help. No one else saw it, but Zig did. Even at 12, Nola's instinct was to fight back. Gorowski? Mr. Zigorowski? You okay? Zig looked up at Roddy. No, he wasn't okay. As he thought about it now, he hadn't been okay since the moment he walked into that funeral and saw Nola cross the gym. For 2 years now, he'd been able to keep that part of his brain, his heart, in check, or at least tucked away, and then, at just the sight of her, it was as if someone had jammed a shovel into his chest and dug everything out. Every old feeling, every wound, and every fear about Nola, about his time at Dover, about his own failures, and of course about his daughter. Wags was right about it. Wags was right about that. It always went back to Maggie. Before Zig left Dover, he'd spent over 2 decades working on the bodies of fallen soldiers. For Zig, being around the horrors of death meant that Maggie's loss was somehow less. In the darkness of Dover, he could escape the black caves of his own life. Of course, it was an illusion. As any mourner knows, when you bury someone you love deep to your core, all it takes is a familiar smell, an old song, or even rusty high school lockers to bring back the pain. Mr. Zagorowski, I've been tracking Nola for 2 years. Even if you can point me to her friends. She doesn't have friends. Words came so fast. It took Zig a moment to realize it was the most honest thing he'd said. Nola had no friends. She had no family. She had no one. Except, weirdly, Zig. I know you care about my sister, Roddy said, his long fingers again fidgeting with the tip of his tie. This is your chance to finally help her. She could use that help right now. Pure manipulation, Zig thought, looking back at the photo of the young soldier in the fetal position, gripping his knee in agony. Wags was right about that too. The last time Zig had let Nola into his life, she didn't care who she hurt. She tore everything to shreds, shooting her own foster father in the head and wrecking his corrupt military unit, while Zig nearly died in the process. Nola Brown is a gun. She's a weapon, someone had once told Zig, describing her time in the military. You point her at something, and you'll get what you want, but just know it may come back in pieces. Zig looked up from the tablet, toward his house. For 2 years now, he'd been putting his own pieces back together. After Maggie's death and the divorce, he'd rebuilt his life, rebuilt his work at Dover. In fact, when he finally left Dover behind, he thought he'd turned a page, leaving the worst days behind him. The last thing he needed right now was to turn it all back into a jigsaw. Walk away, Zig told himself. Leave it be. But as he played it through his head, 2 people were already dead. Archie Mint and Rashid Robinson. He could see Mint's son, Huck, the boy sobbing with his mom in the hallway. His daughter, Violet, with the scabs on her knees and the vacant look in her eyes that would take a lifetime to fade. These people, all of them, had hopes and dreams and lives. If Zig walked away now, if Nola was next on that list, and she was killed too, no, don't even think it, he told himself. But that was all he could think. If he walked away and something happened to Nola, this would be on him. He already blamed himself for his daughter's death. He couldn't carry another. You're going to help me, aren't you, Mr. Zagorowski? You'll come. What? Come where? She won't listen to me. She runs every time I show up, Roddy said. I don't. Oh, wait. You know where she is? I got the call on the way here. We need to hurry. She has no idea what's coming, Mr. Zagorowski. Now, do you want to help Nola or not? Chapter 14. Elmswood, Pennsylvania. 30 minutes ago. You can't park there, the valet called out. Nola ignored him, shutting off the car and stuffing an iPhone into the glove compartment. The phone belonged to Buddy Adcock, the staff sergeant who pulled his gun and tried to handcuff her near the parking lot. While he was on the ground gripping his knee, She'd swiped it from his pocket. "I'm looking for Richard Marent," Nola barked at the valet, flashing the badge she'd found in Buddy's wallet from the same unit, Semper Vigiles, and using the name she'd found in one of his emails. To protect against moments just like this, to protect against moments just like this, DISA, the Defense Information Systems Agency, was in charge of encrypting Army cell phones. But there was nothing DISA could do to stop Nola from pressing Buddy's thumb into the phone's fingerprint reader, adding her own thumbprint, having access to everything Buddy and his unit had been looking at. Best of all, she pulled out the SIM card so the government could track her. But by holding on to the card, she could slide it back in for easy updates. "Ma'am, you hear what I..." Nola shot him a razor-sharp dagger of a stare. The valet stopped mid-step. He wore a bright yellow rubber bracelet with the name of the local high school imprinted on it. In his hand, his phone screen was open to an Instagram model who was shaking her fake boobs in a way that only a high schooler might think was normal. Just a kid, Nola realized. "This is about the murder," the valet stuttered. "Mr. Morente is right in." She walked past him toward the front door. Slam. Inside, the restaurant looked like any other overpriced steakhouse. Dark wood furniture, bright white tablecloths, blood red walls, the kind of low lighting that was supposed to be sexy chic, whatever that meant. Searching for her pencil and notepad, Nola reached into her pocket. Empty. Left it in the car, she realized, curling herself for yet another rookie mistake. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Pull it together. Too late for that. Between Mint's death, Roddy's arrival, plus everything she was working on before this happened, find your calm, she told herself. Or as Mint himself used to say, get emotional and you get dead. It was good advice given her at Grandma's pantry. But what Nola appreciated far more was the genuine concern that came with it. The way he'd looked at her in the eye and grabbed her shoulder as he said it. He was concerned about her. For Nola, that was a rare thing. A new thing. One that wouldn't be forgotten. It was that thought that actually worried Nola, who didn't like this feeling of being worried of the lack of control that came with it. In her pocket, she started doing that thing she used to do when she was little, and Royale would bring over those friends who would stare at her a bit too long, using her nails to pinch the skin on her thigh, distracting herself with pain. Today, in her pocket, she pinched herself even harder. This case, it was more than just a case, which really was the issue. From her first days as artist in residence, like any painter, Nola had been taught to remain objective. But considering her tie to Mint, she was anything but. No way could she ever repay him for what he did that day she needed him most. At the back of the restaurant, a middle-aged man with thinning blonde hair and trendy oversized glasses was sitting alone at a private booth, clicking at his laptop. His sharp black suit made it look like he had money. But even from here, Nola spotted his shoes. Cheap, scuffed, worn. Not a customer, an employee. "Richard Morente," Nola announced. Yep, give me a sec," Morente said, still clicking at his computer. An ancient IBM ThinkPad with a University of Michigan sticker, and one that read, "I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious." There was an iPad right next to it. At the middle of his nose were two red indentations from when he'd lower his eyeglasses to read. Needs bifocals. Too stubborn to get them. Nola slapped the laptop shut. Hey! She pulled out her stolen badge, nearly ramming it into his face. I need you to answer some questions. He didn't look surprised. Another detective? I assume this is about Wojo, he asked, referring to the valet who'd been killed 2 nights ago. Actually, Nola said, no longer pinching herself as she slid in across from him in the booth. It's about a bit more than that. In the corner, by the bar, a waitress with a hacking cough was restocking martini and shot glasses. Nola shot her a look that sent her back into the kitchen. Nola took a final scan of the room. All clear. Yet what she couldn't see was the valet out front. The high school kid with the yellow rubber bracelet was no longer staring at Instagram models. He was dialing a number he'd memorized. It rang twice before someone picked up. Yeah, you said to call it that you'd paid for. The kid cut himself off, keeping his voice to a whisper. I saw her, he said into the phone. The girl you showed me, with the white hair. She's here. I saw her. The young valet went silent, listening closely to the instructions on the other end. Yeah, no, don't worry. She's not going anywhere. All right, I'm going to take another short break. I will be back pretty soon. Okay. So I can't believe it's already been like 3 hours almost since I've been reading for almost 3 hours. I don't know how much I'll get through today. I'm only like a quarter the way through the book, but we'll see. I'm probably gonna get to, maybe a third and do 3 parts. How's my voice holding out? Uh, I don't know. You can probably tell it's hanging in there, but I've been drinking some water, so I think it's been helping. But I'd say my voice is still going strong, so I'm gonna continue until at least I think I'm a third away. I think there's about 400 pages, and right now I'm on just finished page 17, so be on page 6. Excuse me, just finished page 70, and we'll be on page 71 in a minute here. So I don't know how much I plan to do today, but we will see. All right, just doing a check, making sure everything's still working. And everything looks good. Okay. Oops. Yep, YouTube's still working. Twitch is still working good. PC's holding up well. All right. Chapter 15. Elmswood, Pennsylvania. Now. You've been here before? Roddy asked. Years ago, Sig said, tugging the steering wheel, his car creeping past the valet stand and the low cobblestone wall that lined the curved driveway of Barron's Steakhouse. With your wife? Back when you were married? Sig didn't answer. That place where you live now, it's not far from your old neighborhood, is it? Roddy added. And Nola's old neighborhood, too, when she was little. For the entire 40-minute ride here, this was what their trip was like. Roddy shouting out everything that came to his brain, peppering Zig with question after question. But as Zig steered into a nearby parking spot, he had to admit, Roddy wasn't wrong. He might be a bit of a social misfit, but his cop instincts were solid. His conclusions were solid. His concern for his sister seemed solid, authentic. But still, for Zig, there was something about Roddy, like an itch in Zig's head, something that just set off his primal radar. Heart or no heart? Zig still wasn't sure. Can I ask you a question? Zig interrupted. You do that a lot, Mr. Zagorowski. You ask a question before you ask the question. Zig took a breath, put the car in park. Finding my address isn't hard, but to be waiting for me at my house. How did you know? How did you know that's where I was going? For once, Roddy was silent. You tracked my phone, didn't you? That would be illegal, Roddy said, sitting there in the passenger seat, staring straight ahead. Taking a breath, he finally said, I followed you from the funeral. Zig replayed his ride home. He checked over his own shoulder half a dozen times. Apparently Roddy was there, right behind him, the entire way. I'd like to go inside, Mr. Zagorowski, Roddy added, reaching for his holster and pulling his gun, a tactical-looking .45. Yet what unnerved Zig far more was when he noticed that the pistol had a threaded barrel, the kind you screw a silencer onto. Definitely not department issue. Roddy, wait! Too late. He was already gone, darting toward the open back entrance of the restaurant. Zig was 2 steps behind him, reaching for the knife in his pocket and praying this wasn't a mistake. Chapter 16. Nola was gone, of course. But you saw her? Roddy asked the manager of the steakhouse. In one hand, Roddy held his police badge, in the other, a photo of Nola from her old military ID. Yep, that's her. Though the pic doesn't do her justice, the manager Marante replied, flicking the photo with his middle finger. She's hotter in real life. Angrier, too. Did you talk to her? Zig asked. I told her what I told the others. Others? Marante took a long sip of his coffee. His eyes filled with a forced, cocky smirk that showed how much he liked being in charge. Last year, one of my busboys got arrested for buying Sudafed in bulk, and then grinding it up and selling it into meth heads. Cops came out once, maybe twice, to ask me questions. But in the past 2 days, the entire law enforcement carnival came to town. From his jacket, Marante pulled out a short stack of business cards, fanning them across the table, each with a different government logo. State police, military intelligence, army criminal investigators, 2 FBI guys that were actually wearing black suits, and this one local detective, a Muslim girl, in furrowed burqa. It's not a burqa, Roddy added. Whatever they call it. Headscarf, Roddy insisted, flipping through the business cards, not making eye contact. The preferred term is headscarf. Whatever, Marante said, making a face and taking another sip of coffee. Roddy pulled out his phone and took a photo of each of the business cards. Click. Did you know that your valet was using your customers' cars to break into their houses? You sure I can't offer you some coffee? Marante asked Sig. It's something special. We put cinnamon in it. Mr. Marante, I asked you a question. Wojo was 32 years old and still parking cars. So every few months did I get a complaint that sunglasses or an iPhone charger might be missing from a BMW? That goes with the job. But did I think he was driving to people's homes and treating it like some Ocean's 11 sequel? Dover Air Force Base, Roddy interrupted, holding up a business card for Zig to see. Zig didn't recognize the name, but it was clearly one of Dover's newest homicide investigators, hired by Colonel O.J. Watley, the man who, according to Will, specifically asked for Zig to be put on this case. Sir, what else did Nola ask about you? Zig said as Roddy took a photo of the card. Click. Nola, huh? Marante replied. She told me her name was Camille. I meant, she's actually... I'm not offended, but do me a favor and spare me. Okay? I don't care what her name is. I don't care what she's up to. In this job, the majority of my clients are polished people, businessmen, judges. I know what polished looks like. Your girl's the opposite of that. She's not even really a cop, is she? Mr. Marante, you don't trust her, do you? I don't blame you. From the moment she walked in, she asked a few questions, but kept her head down, drawing the entire time. Roddy looked up from the business cards. Did she draw anything in particular? Zig asked. She asked for my pen, but she's not exactly a sharer. From what I could tell, kinda looked like the restaurant, but she was drawing the whole place. Otherwise, all she cared about was the army guy, Mr. Mint. Colonel Mint, Zig corrected. Though again, he wasn't surprised. Half a decade ago, Nola and Mint met each other on the same assignment, or at least in the same location, a place codenamed Grandma's Pantry. Now, someone seemed to be tracking and killing the few other people who served with them. Oh, she also wanted our security footage, Moranti added. I didn't see any cameras out front, Roddy said. There aren't any. The owners are cheap. Only places they record are the safe in back and our wine cellar. I gave both tapes to the army investigators. You think she wanted to see Mint's interaction with your valet? Zig asked. Actually, she was asking about interior cams, like she wanted to know who Mint was meeting. Zig looked back at Roddy. It was a good question, one that Zig was already kicking himself for not asking. According to the police reports, once the valet took off, Colonel Mint jumped in a cab and followed him to Mint's house. But in all the back and forth over the debts, they'd forgotten a key detail. People don't come to fancy steakhouses to eat alone. Mr. Morante, is it possible to take a look at your reservation book? Zig asked. Yeah, sure, of course, Morante said, putting his coffee down with enough speed that it was clear none of the other investigators had asked about it. I got it right. He reached to his left, but nothing was there. Confused, he lifted a nearby stack of menus, then his laptop, and started rummaging through his briefcase. It was just here. I had it when... He cut himself off. That stole my iPad. Chapter 17. The first thing Nola did was turn off the iPad's tracking. Sure, she could have asked the steakhouse manager for a look at the reservation book, but if her hunch was right, the last thing she needed was for him to share it with others. For the rest of the 40-minute ride, Nola did what she always did during drives or long runs, composed layouts in her head. In this case, a mental drawing of Mint that she'd been working on since the funeral. Years ago, when she first drew him back at Grandma's Pantry, she'd focused on the obvious. His stubborn lips, absurd jaw, and buzzed blonde hair. So crisp, it looked like it was cut every hour. Same with his military uniform. When you wash camouflage too much, the shades of green take on a faded, whitish tinge. Not Mint. The moment he quickly realized it had nothing to do with his clothing or jawline. It came from the hardest thing to render, the charisma and energy that radiated off him. That very first night at Grandma's Pantry, things ran so late. Nola popped into a nearby supermarket to pick up a cheap dinner. At the checkout was one of the young privates, some junior-level kid, assigned to do coffee runs, who was doing the same. As the kid went to pay, the prices were clearly more than he'd calculated, so he started putting things back to lower his bill. What the kid didn't realize was that Archie Mint was in that same line. To put a finer point on it, Mint wasn't one of those pushovers who took a recruiting command to avoid the field. He'd served in the 10th Mountain Division up at Fort Drum, a hard outfit that always deployed. But on that night in the supermarket, Mint pulled out his wallet and paid the bill. The kid was embarrassed, saying thank you over and over. Mint wouldn't have it, told him it was just between them. More important, when they got back to the office, Mint never said a word to anyone, never took credit. Nola wouldn't have even known about it if she hadn't been lurking in one of the aisles. In the military, so many commanders divided the world into O's and E's, officers and enlisted. Mint inspired loyalty because he knew there were things more important than those distinctions. The mental picture disappeared as Nola's car bucked to a stop at a black metal security gate. She entered a 4-digit code into a keypad, and the gate unclenched with a loud clunk. The road ahead was unpaved. She hit the gas, knowing where she was going. Finally, home. For nearly a mile, the road twisted and turned, tornadoes of dust cartwheeling behind her. Then, at the very back of the park, Nola made a sharp right into an empty service lot. Straight ahead was a dirt footpath that wove into the woods. She checked it for footprints. 2 sets, just as she knew there would be. Psst, psst, Nola called out, leaving the car behind. No answer. No surprise. As she started up the path, a mass of trees and brush swallowed her, hiding her from view. Back in the early 1900s, this park, over 1,000 acres, had been a private estate that held multimillionaire Pierre Dupont's summer's home. Pierre Dupont summer's home. Oh my gosh. That held multimillionaire Pierre Dupont's summer home. Today, 38 minutes from Mint's house, with greenhouses a mile and a half long, it was known as Longwood Gardens, the largest private botanical garden in the world, attracting over 1 million tourists a year. Here, though, at the back of the park, on the outskirts of the 86-acre meadow garden, it was abandoned. Psst, psst, Sarah, food. Nola called again. Still no response. Nola glanced around, noting the silence. She rechecked the path. Still 2 sets of footprints. Up ahead, the path ended at a dilapidated white milk barn that had been abandoned decades ago. It was now used for holding the park's discarded tractors, ladders, and other random equipment. On her left was her real destination, the rusted silver Airstream trailer, a 1993 25-foot Excella, with a bent awning arm that made the entire blue canopy sag like a winking eye. As always, a single Tupperware bin sat on the cinder block steps. Nola's inbox. Psst, psst, Sarah, you there? Nola called again, eyeing the way the Tupperware sat askew on the top step, like someone had moved it. She rechecked the dirt. 2 sets of footprints. Nothing out of place. Nola grabbed the Tupperware but didn't open it. Inside were 3 Polaroids, each one of a different plant. Its name handwritten across the bottom. Ficus benjamina, aka the Dutch treat. Davallia tiermani, the bear's foot fern. And Sansevieria, a rare snake plant with pristine white striping in the leaves. They were this week's assignments from Darrell, the head of Longwood's Botanical Library. For 6 months now, Nola had been painting their collection in return, for room and board, though the best benefit was the solitude of living out here, in what had become her private art studio. Sarah, if you're hiding just to piss me off, Nola warned, carefully pulling open the door to the trailer end. On the floor, a dead toad was lying stomach up, its belly torn open. Sssss! Came a low hiss from below the kitchen table, where an angry Russian blue cat with bald patches and forehead scars sat. Sarah Connor, did you mess up my floor? Nola asked. Sssss! The cat hissed again. Nola rolled her eyes and picked up the toad, which was really all Sarah Connor wanted. Every few days, the cat would sneak out through the hole in the window screen and bring back a new gift. Toads, mice, giant dragonflies, whatever she could find. You're a horrible cat, Nola said, tossing the toad outside. Sss. The cat hissed, satisfied, narrowing her white milky eye that had been scratched by a fox. 3 months ago, Nola had found the cat bleeding, paw broken and bent in a chain-link fence that it was trying to scale. No collar, no home, and clearly running from something. God, did Nola understand that? The local veterinarian said to give up on her, that the cat would be dead in a week anyway. Nola brought her back here, where Sarah Connor refused to eat for 4 days, until Nola found her weakness. Buttered corn on the cob. The damn cat would do anything for that. The cat hissed again, scratching at the peeling linoleum floor for no reason. Nola barely noticed, pulling off her shirt to get a better look at her collarbone. Back at the funeral, when she took out the staff sergeant who tried to handcuff her, he'd stabbed one of the cuffs into her neck. Kid was quicker than he looked. Good for him. Right instinct. Trained well, Nola thought, putting aside the strap of her black bra, trying to get a close-up look in the bathroom mirror. There was a little blood, but she'd be fine. Turning her attention to the iPad, she hit the power button. On screen, the logo for Barron's Steakhouse bloomed into view, along with 2 buttons. Schedules? Reservations? Nola didn't hesitate. Reservations. A calendar appeared. Today's date, and 4 columns. Hour. Name. Phone. Notes. Tonight was a weeknight. The earliest reservation was at 5:30 p.m. Party of 3 under the name A. Epstein, with a note that read, celebrating 75th B. Another half-dozen reservations were listed below that. Nola swiped back to Saturday, the night of Mint's death. What do you think, Sarah Connor? A middle-aged man going to a fancy steakhouse by himself? The cat stayed silent. Yeah, me neither, Nola said, scrolling down and doing everything in her power to not reach into her pocket and pinch the skin on her thigh. Time to see who Colonel Mint was meeting the night he died. Chapter 18. Nola scrolled through the iPad, scanning the reservation list for parties of 2. According to his death certificate, Lieutenant Colonel Archie Mint died at 7:46 p.m. That meant he probably pulled out to the steakhouse somewhere between 7:15 and 7:30 p.m. Parties of 2, Nola thought, as she continued to scroll. 7 p.m., 7:30, 8, 8:30. No one named Archie. No one named Mint. She started again, expanding the search to bigger parties. There were plenty of names, each in its own digital column. Bendy's, Gatos, Mac, Believe. but no mint or anything close to it. At the top of the screen, she noticed a search box and quickly typed the name Archie. No records found. She typed the name Mint. One record found. 2 years ago, October 15, Mint's birthday. That meant he liked this place, or used to like it. Either way, he hadn't been back, or at least made a reservation until 2 nights ago, when he decided he needed some steak. Most likely, he didn't plan to eat alone. Staring down at the iPad, Nola paced the length of the narrow trailer, whose walls were covered with hundreds of random pages, like a bulletin board in a student union, postcards, magazine photos, old album covers, and sketches from her notepad of Nola's cat, of the milk barn, of the trailer, of every animal she'd spotted on the property, and of course, of Longwood's open fields and native plains. There were no drawings of people, except for one sketch of Deshawn from the metal shop, and naturally a postcard of Bob Ross painting happy little trees. Along the front were 6 finished canvases, leaning one against another like dominoes in mid-fall. "Rrrr," Sarah Connor purred, sniffing the spot where she'd left the dead toad. "It has to be in here." "Check again," Nola told herself. She scrolled back to the top of the reservation list, rescanning them one by one. That's when she saw it. Spear. That name, she knew it from years ago. That was Mint's old code name, Spearmint. That was it, based on his favorite military saying, that the best units and best leaders lived on the tip of the spear. Such macho awfulness. "But if that's you, sir..." She scrolled to the right, checking the details. Spear. 7:30 p.m. Party of 2. Email contact was ragdog1216@hotmail.com. Ragdog? Nola didn't know what it meant. Maybe a nickname from his 10th mountain days? Mint's official email followed the usual format, name@mail.com. He had a personal one on Gmail. But if he was also using Hotmail? "You cheating on your wife, sir?" Nola asked, surprised by how much the thought riled her. Mint was a decorated soldier, good father, a loyal investigator who once risked his life for. No, don't think it. But she had to. When it came to Archie Mint, it's all she thought. For years now. "Hey, Sarah Connor. How are your password guessing abilities?" The cat turned away, sniffing the floor and licking it twice. Nola pulled out her phone and opened a browser. Hotmail.com. She had his username, ragdog1216. Password? She tried a few. Each had the same result. "Your password is incorrect." Eventually, a warning appeared. "You have one try remaining before we lock your account." Something opened in Nola's chest, a sharp, aching twist. She didn't know if it was anger or pain, but right there she wanted to put her fist into the phone screen. Turning back to the iPad, Nola reread the entry in the reservation book. Spear, 7:30 p.m., party of 2. It was him. Had to be him. Replaying it again, she told herself it was probably just a work dinner. But who schedules work at 7:30 p.m. on a Saturday? More important, whoever Mint was scheduled to eat with, why didn't he or she step forward once Mint was found dead? She studied the name. Spear. 7:30 p.m. Party of... Huh? Nola pulled the iPad closer. She'd missed it at first. In the far right column, under Notes, Mint's entry looked like it was blank, but it wasn't. At the very bottom of the cell, there was tiny light blue type like fine print. A few other entries had it too. She expanded the image to see it better. Most of the entries had the words Open Table, reservation app. 2 others listed Resi, also a reservation app. But Min's entry had this Black House. Confused, Nola clicked on it. Had to be a referral. If you made your reservation through Open Table, the steakhouse's system listed Open Table in your entry. Same with Resi. But as she clicked on the words Black House, a pop-up window appeared. Open an app store? Yes, Nola clicked. Another window opened. The words Black House appeared in a stenciled military font. Nola's eyes narrowed. Her stomach churned. Sir, what the hell were you doing here? Chapter 19. Zig was thinking about the pencils. Can I see the photo again? He asked, steering the car off the highway and blowing past the wooden sign for Wonderly Square. Where nature smiles for 5 miles. Roddy turned the tablet towards Zig, the glow lighting his face in the dark car. The photo was from outside the funeral this morning, of young, beefy Staff Sergeant Buddy Adcock curled on the ground in agony, a pen protruding from his knee. During the entire ride home, Zig had been thinking about this photo. When he first saw it, he couldn't help but stare at Buddy's face, contorted in pain, at his mouth wide open in mid-scream, a spiderweb of spit forming a tightrope between his top and bottom teeth. At Buddy's knee, there was an unmistakable Rorschach blob of blood soaking through his slacks. But right now, Zig was focused on the bottom corner of the photo, the half-dozen colored pencils littered across the asphalt. Naturally, they were Nola's. She took her pencils everywhere, so for them to be scattered in such disarray, Buddy had hit her fast, caught her off guard, most likely as she was coming out of the building. It was a bad sign. As the Army's artist in residence, Nola had spent years racing into war zones. Libya, Iraq, even that massacre when ISIS beheaded those 3 Marines outside of Raqqa in Syria. She stayed alive because she wasn't easily surprised. She didn't get caught off guard, and yet, in the photo, a stray chocolate brown pencil had bounced off the concrete path, sitting askew in the grass. A yellow pencil was right beside it. To leave her tools behind. Nola must have raced out of there at full speed, like she was scared of what else was coming. Zig had never seen her scared before, nor seen her panic or make mistakes before. To anyone else, those pencils were just pencils, but for Nola, who processed everything through her art, they were a lifeline. This isn't just another case for her, is it? Roddy asked. There's something personal she's chasing. Or something personal that's chasing her, Zig thought, tugging the steering wheel and trying to think of the last time Nola ran from anything. And then this thought as he stared at Roddy, that nothing was more personal than family. Today seems like a day that if you painted it, it'd be dark red, Roddy said, taking a look out the window as they turned onto Zig's block. You ever have that? Where a day seems like it's red, or blue, or some other color? Okay. Roddy was obviously weird. But it was more than just being weird. Even if you put aside his awkward stare, the way he overshared, and of course the way he said every damn thing that came into his brain, there was still something. Zig didn't have a word for it yet, but he could feel it lurking there, like Roddy had another layer that he kept hidden. Was Zig being paranoid? Of course he was. But right now, if he wanted to keep Nola safe, his best bet was to keep Roddy close and keep an eye on him. Mrs. Zagorowski, do you know that woman? Roddy added. What woman? Zig asked, again glancing down at the photo. Not there. There, Roddy said, pointing through the windshield. Up the block, towards Zig's house. Zig squinted through the dark, assuming Roddy had misidentified Mr. Munoz, whose wife died last year, and who often lingered outside people's homes, hoping to make chit-chat while he was walking his dog. Zig couldn't have been more wrong. Sitting there on his front porch was a thin brunette, studying her phone like she was being quizzed on it. At just the sight of her, he hadn't seen her in a year, maybe longer. Something needled at his throat. His rib cage clenched like a fist around his heart. Not her. Can't be. Stop the car, Zig blurted, forgetting that he was the one driving. He hit the brakes, and the car bucked. Mr. Zagorowski, is that... Zig wasn't listening. He was already out the door, moving in a blur, but never taking his eyes off her. Charmaine, his ex-wife. Char, are you... Is everything okay? He asked. It wasn't. Chapter 20. It was a game. A first-person shooting game. Nola realized as she studied the screen. Like Fortnite or Call of Duty. Though, unlike in those games, the graphics here were uncanny. The digital characters looking like real people in real uniforms. Is this VR? Some sort of virtual reality training program? Nola wondered. The screen buzzing with action as digital rangers, marines. Even a group of SEALs ran through an Iraqi town. Their uniforms rendered with every minute detail, from the most up-to-date camo pattern to the shoulder patches that list your blood type. Welcome back. Enter username or email. ragdog1216@hotmail.com. Nola typed. A little hand grenade appeared, spinning round and round, then... Password? Tip of the spear. Incorrect password. Please enter password. Tip of the spear 1216. Incorrect password. Please enter password. Spear 1216. Incorrect password. Please enter password. Spear. Incorrect password. Please enter password. She thought about it a moment, then typed, Spearmint. Incorrect password. Please enter password. She took a breath. Incorrect. All right. Screw you, you computer. Incorrect password. Please enter password. She took a breath, closed her eyes, then typed, Huck Violet. Mince Kids. Incorrect password. Please enter password. Huck Violet 1216. The hand grenade appeared again. Welcome back, Spearmint. Resume session? Nola grinned. Yes. Chapter 21. On Nola's screen, the tiny grenade was still spinning. Nola took a seat on her bed, its blue sheets unmade. Fuzzy cat toys sat up by the pillows, two of them shaped like mice, one of them shaped like broccoli for some reason. A pop-up window finally appeared on screen in the online game known as Black House. Returning character already in use. Play as a new character? Confused. Nola clicked yes. The screen blinked. Bright yellow letters appeared. Lieutenant Colonel Mint 04 reporting for duty. The screen blinked again. revealing a white room with walls that looked like they were made from ancient marble. On screen, Nola had a first-person view of whatever this new character, Lieutenant Colonel Mint 04, was seeing. The room looked exotic, something Persian or Indian, a church or a mosque, with peaked arch windows and sandstone carvings. The most disorienting part was a 360-degree view that kicked in as Nola turned and tilted the iPad, which she was gripping with both hands like it was a steering wheel. She stood up to get a better view. At the center of the room, a black-draped pedestal held an ancient marble coffin. This wasn't a church, it was a tomb. Nola turned the iPad again. She knew this place. She'd been here before, during that trip to Afghanistan, when she flipped to her motorcycle racing the army chaplain, whose eyes were always red like a chili. After her surgery, Nola came here, where so many soldiers had no choice but to sightsee as they waited for flights back to the States. It was called the most beautiful place in Kabul, the Gardens of Babur, with the famous tomb of, "What are you doing?" a voice barked. Nola spun around. It took a half-second to realize it was coming from the iPad. "Answer me!" the voice shouted again. Already off balance, Nola kept turning. On screen, something moved. Someone headed right for her. She saw his legs first, beige, pale green, and brown camouflage, the old Army Desert Combat uniform from Iraq. She lifted the iPad, finally getting a good look. Her mouth went dry, like someone was reaching down her throat, pulling her lungs out. That's not possible. But there he was, on screen. The buzzed blonde hair, the lantern jaw, even the pale blue eyes. He was supposed to be dead. "What in name are you doing here?" Lieutenant Colonel Archie Mint barked, plowing straight at Nola. Chapter 22. Widgery, Texas. 17 years ago. This was Roddy when he was 11. He was raging, his lips curling away from his teeth as he stormed upstairs. "Anne-Marie, I know you have it. Gimme my Game Boy," Roddy shouted, referring to the handheld Nintendo he spent 6 months saving for, mowing lawns, washing cars, even going door to door to sell off the old baseball cards he'd stolen from other kids. "Roddy, please, don't pick a fight," his younger brother Darren pleaded, trailing behind him as they reached the second floor, storming toward the door with a red and white metal sign that read, "Danger! Teenager inside. Proceed with caution." The sign was right. "Give me the damn Game Boy, you skank, or I'll..." Roddy threw open the door, surprised to find laughter. On the bed, his older sister Anne-Marie was lying on her stomach, feet in the air, twirling her left ankle like a satellite dish. She stared at the Game Boy, giggling. She wasn't the only one. On Roddy's left, in a pink beanbag chair, was a ninth-grade girl with crystal blue eyes, her blonde hair up in the same French braid she'd worn since elementary school. Missy Totino, Anne-Marie's best friend, and the girl Roddy had a crush on since that sleepover last year when Roddy walked in while Missy was on the toilet. "See, he's embarrassed. Told you he loved you," Anne-Marie said to Missy. "Hey, Em," Roddy scolded. "She's joking," he insisted. "So now you don't think she's pretty?" Anne-Marie challenged. "No, that's not..." Would you kiss her? Ahem, Roddy pleaded, the anger gone from his voice. He was begging now, trying to limit the damage. Can I please just have my Game Boy? Sure, Anne-Marie grinned. For a trade. Roddy took a half step back, his younger brother already gone, too smart to be part of the collateral damage. Back when Anne-Marie had first started offering trades, they were small. She'd wanted an extra dessert, or to get out of walking the dog. Last year, though, she'd found Roddy's wallet in the back seat of the car and upped the ante, offering to trade it back only if he did her week's chores. From there, Anne-Marie did what the oldest child always does, took advantage of her younger siblings. Today, however, was the first time she'd use it for something sinister. I'll do your work wheel for 2 weeks. You called me a skank. For that alone, 3 weeks, Roddy countered. For a Game Boy? A month? Okay, that's my... Anne-Marie, just give him the stupid game, Missy interrupted. Roddy turned. So did Anne-Marie. What did you say? Anne-Marie challenged. Hey, Em, please, Roddy pleaded. Just tell me what you want. For the rest of his life, Roddy would never forget the look on his sister's face. A thin slit that looked like a grin, but carried no joy in it. Take your shirt off. What? You think I don't see you doing push-ups before bed? Show Missy your new body. Your shirt. Take it off. Anne-Marie, that's not funny, Missy insisted. You said he was cute. Here's your chance to see him. For a moment, it looked like Missy might argue. But in 9th grade, especially among teenage girls, there's a fine line between outrage and self-preservation. Missy sat there in the beanbag, staring at Roddy. We're waiting, Anne-Marie said, waving the Game Boy. Roddy stood there, his skinny body barely filling his Shrek t-shirt, which was now damp with sweat. In front of him were Anne-Marie and Missy. Behind him, his younger siblings, Darren and now Paulette, were back in the hallway. On any playground, when something bad goes down, no one wants to see it. I'm counting to 3, Anne-Marie said, reaching toward her nightstand for an open can of Diet Coke. She held the can over the Game Boy. Ready to pour. 1, don't, Roddy begged. Please. 2, she tipped the can more. Roddy could feel his fists tightening, could feel the bad Roddy poking through, telling him to go for her throat. He'd done it before, on Mother's Day, when Anne-Marie was testing him for not having a real mom. But all he got was a black eye. Anne-Marie was in high school, 4 years older. He'd be bigger than her soon enough, but not yet. 2 3/4, Anne-Marie counted. I'm doing it, Roddy said, grabbing the hem of his Shrek t-shirt and giving it a tug. He shut his eyes to make it go faster. All it did was turn the world into slow motion. The air felt frozen as he exposed his stomach. The very worst part was the burn of everyone's stares, slicing him at every angle, cutting deeper as he continued to lift his shirt, revealing his belly button. Anne-Marie whistled with a catcall. Someone else let out a laugh. At 11 years old, it was the first time in his life that Roddy wished he were dead. It wouldn't be the last. Hugh, does he have a heart-on? Anne-Marie asked. He didn't. Not that it mattered. Humiliation complete. It's enough, Anne-Marie. Leave him alone, Missy said. Suddenly you're feeling bad, Anne-Marie challenged. Anne-Marie, you're... Missy added, hopping up from the beanbag and heading for the door. As she blew past Roddy, she crashed into him, sending him bumping into the wall. In the hallway, his siblings scattered. Does that? Can I have my Game Boy now? Shirtless Roddy asked. Anne-Marie rolled her eyes and, with a flick of her wrist, chucked the Game Boy toward his feet. No! Don't! It crashed in that way that electronics aren't meant to crash, the screen shattering. I'll kill you, Roddy muttered, dropping his shirt and running toward her. I mean it, I'll... No, you won't. Anne-Marie shoved him hard in the chest, sending him tripping over a wastebasket and tumbling to the ground. Now get the hell out of my room. She kicked his shirt like a soccer ball. And take your shirt with you. Down on his knees, Roddy picked up his Game Boy, which now wouldn't turn on. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, he told himself, already failing miserably. On this day, Roddy knew better than to fight back. Soon enough, that would change. Chapter 23. Today. Are you... You look... Zig caught himself. Stopped. Started again. Staring at his ex-wife. Charmaine, is everything okay? Siggy, we should do this inside. He knew that tone. He knew all her tones. She got married. That was Zig's first thought. She wouldn't take a half-hour drive unless it was big. Zig was tempted to ask her right there, but knew it would look desperate. They used to speak a few times a year, some text during birthdays, then by voice on the anniversary of Maggie's death that had stopped years ago. Charmaine saying it was too much, whatever that meant. Mr. Zigorowski, you want me to wait? Roddy called out from his police cruiser. Zig waved him off, shoving open the front door and motioning for Charmaine to enter first. As she brushed past him, he got a better look at her. She looked good. She always looked good, with porcelain skin and pale green eyes the color of palm trees. More important, he took in her smell, a mix of lavender and worn leather. Instantly, a rush of endorphins lit his brain, the kaleidoscope starting to swirl with old memories, all out of order. Their last meal at Patton's, an old Sting concert, the taste of their kiss, that night in the bathtub after her brother's wedding, that night in their car when they were first dating, the lights of an ambulance, Charmaine screaming in rage, screaming in loss, screaming in agony. You had a funeral today? Charmaine said, though it wasn't a question. Zig looked down at his suit. It wasn't his clothing that gave him away, it was the smell. Charmaine hated the stench of embalming fluid. Back at Min's funeral, he'd scrubbed thoroughly, dousing himself in cologne. But some things can't be masked. It's not. It was a Dover thing. I thought you were done with Dover, she countered, no judgment in her voice. Never met a fallen soldier you didn't want to help, huh? This one's different. She made a face, that one she always made when she didn't want to get into it. I take this as your handiwork, Charmaine said, setting her purse down on the antique tiger oak bench, complete with a lift seat that Zig had rebuilt from scratch. Next to it was an English pine coat rack, made with 5 vintage railroad spikes that he'd personally pulled from the ground. You're getting fancy in your old age. Zig smiled, pretending the compliment didn't matter, but everything with an X matters. He looked over his handiwork with a fresh eye, imagining how the pieces looked to her. Each project had taken months. He'd built the dining room table from barnwood, reupholstered the arts and crafts style sofa, and personally sandblasted the porcelain on the antique barbershop chair that he'd pulled from a junkyard and made the centerpiece of his living room. He'd even sculpted the 3 soapstone hummingbirds anchored to the wall above the sofa. Zig was always moving, filling his home with project after homemade project. But at this moment, when Charmaine at the center of it, his house felt emptier than ever. "Restroom this way?" she asked, heading toward the kitchen without hesitation, like she owned the place. "What's the bad news?" Zig called out. "Just relax," she replied, doing that thing where she twisted her wrists, jangling her yoga bracelets, which were made of shells, beads, and pale aquamarine crystals. Heading down the hallway, she forced a smile before disappearing into the bathroom. It fooled most people, but it didn't fool Zig. And he didn't fool her. She definitely got married, Zig thought, racing toward the kitchen, practically smashing his shins into the pine wood bench as he grabbed his laptop from the farm table. With a few clicks, he navigated to Facebook, the browser populating with the only profile he ever visited, Charmaine Clark. Status: in a relationship. Like most things on Facebook, it was a half-truth. Charmaine had gotten engaged months ago. No wedding date set, at least based on the few replies he'd seen on the subject. He double-checked her feed. Her most recent post was a photo that a friend took after a recent car crash, airbag deployed, all the windows shattered, with a message from Charmaine. "Be thankful for what you have." "So true," someone replied. "Love your posts," wrote another, outdoing the caps with triple exclamation points. 4 years after Maggie's death, Zig would check Facebook every day, eyeing Charmaine's relationship status. He swore it off years ago, that night that he decided to leave Dover and his old life behind. New house, new town, new start. Yet in 2 minutes, Zig already felt that familiar pit in his stomach, that cocktail of thrill and shame that only comes from being around an old flame. "Sorry to ambush you, it's just, oh boy," Charmaine called out behind him, her voice hoarse, like she'd been yelling, or crying. Zig slapped shut his laptop and spun around, getting a better view of her in the light of the kitchen. She still looked great, but she also looked tired. Her crow's feet were deeper than he remembered, same with her 11s, which was what she called the 2 vertical wrinkles between her eyebrows. But her brown hair was long again, the way she used to wear it. She's beautiful, Zig thought, the emotional kaleidoscope spinning faster, anxiety colliding with excitement. She looks better than last time. She hates me. And of course, that steadfast nugget that always arrived as old memories mixed with old smells, mixed with an entire lifetime that they'd shared and then discarded. She still loves me. Yet as Zig motioned for her to sit across from him, it was clear that when it came to old love, nothing got discarded, at least not completely. "You and Warren okay?" A small smile lit Charmaine's face, a real one. Back when they were married, Charmaine had taught linguistics at Drexel University, where she'd greet students with her favorite joke. The past, the present, and the future walked into a bar. It was tense. After Maggie's death, though, working with kids, Charmaine couldn't do it. Like most parents who bury a child, she couldn't do much of anything. What saved her was, of all things, yoga. Eventually, she opened Blue Yoga Maya, a small wellness center, determined to be on the giving side of helping others, rather than the receiving. The universe heard her loud and clear. A week after the opening, she met Warren. "He's great. Warren's great," she said, a true calm settling her voice. Her 11s disappearing. "Is this where you tell me you got married?" Zig asked. "You say that like it's a bad thing." Zig froze. No, not at all. I just meant joke." "I wasn't joking, Ziggy. We're engaged. You know that. No wedding date yet." He nodded, trying to laugh it off. "I didn't know you moved," Charmaine said. "I had to look this place up to find you. This house is nice. It's smaller, but we can't all live in model homes." Charmaine flashed a grin, another real one. Her fiancé was a general contractor, specializing in model homes and pre-planned communities. Make fun all you want. I know you like Warren. He hated to admit it was true. On the night they first met, bumping into each other at an airport, of all places, Charmaine and Warren were heading to Hawaii. Zig to Ohio for a mortician's conference. Zig was ready to put his carry-on bag through Warren's teeth. Instead, a snow delay in Philly gave them 4 hours in an airport bar, screaming at the Eagles game and bonding over who had the best mustache in Philly sports history. Dave, the Hammer, Schultz, the Enforcer, who still held the NHL record for the most penalty minutes in a season. That night in the airport, as they hugged goodbye, Zig whispered 2 words into Charmaine's ear. Keep him. He meant it. Sure, it crushed Zig to see his ex so happy, but the only thing that crushed him more was to see her sad. Warren was decent, he was good to his older daughters, and his model homes were better designed than Zig would have expected. After everything Charmaine had been through, everything she'd lost, she deserved a model home of her own. So if you're not married, why'd you come all this way? Charmaine reached into her handbag. Her hand shot out, slapping a black rectangle the size of a brick against the table. An old videotape. Zig grinned. That's not from that night. I need you to look at something, she explained. She didn't have to say another word. Like any long-married couple, they could have entire conversations with nothing more than a glance. He knew that look. This was about their daughter, Maggie. Why would... Just watch, Charmaine said, handing him her phone, her 11s firmly back in place. On screen was a gray circle with a black triangle in it. Video. She'd used her phone's camera to record whatever was on the videotape. You need to see it for yourself, she added. Zig hit play. Then, this whole world unraveled. Chapter 24. What is this? Zig asked. Just watch, Charmaine said as the video on her phone began to play. On screen was another screen, an outdated television with a familiar silver border. Is that our old... With a built-in VCR, she said. Zig recognized their old TV, the one that used to be in their basement, where Maggie, at barely a year old, held onto the coffee table, eating Cheerios and bouncing to the maddening theme of Thomas the Tank Engine. It's the only VCR I could find. Zig leaned on both elbows, down toward the phone. The video was grainy, showing a teenage girl, not Maggie, someone else, maybe 15 or 16, with jet black hair and shiny lip gloss. She was sitting on a couch, facing the camera, like she was being interviewed. Is that... What's her face? She had that dog who bit everyone. Alexis Mayer. Lived around the corner. Babysat for Maggie. But what I really love are Broadway plays, especially musicals, Alexis said on screen, tucking her hair behind her ear. And choreography. I love excellent choreography. Why do we care about this? Zig asked, noticing the sign just above Alexis's head. It was an 80s Miami Vice font, aquamarine and pink. Superstars, Zig read. Old synapses. Firing, as he remembered. Superstars modeling, he blurted. That's the one. It was 2 towns over. The owner's daughter got booked on a commercial for Sunny Delight or something stupid like that. Back when the girls were little, half of Maggie's friends did tryouts at Superstars with one of those videos. Please tell me you didn't let Maggie. Come on, Charmaine said, pointing him back to the screen, where young Alexis was adamant that Newsies changed her life. Zig was trying to watch, but what he couldn't unsee was his old TV, a familiar plastic paneling playing tricks with his brain, like he was watching his past, spending a lazy Sunday in bed, back with when he and Charmaine were first married, binge-watching VH1's Behind the Music long before they called it binge-watching, the two of them betting whether it was the guitarist or drummer who would have the drug problem. God, I remember buying that TV. Circuit City, Charmaine said, still focused on the screen. What matters is Superstars shut down years ago, once they realized that charging kids $49.99 for headshots that don't work, well, that's just not a long-term business model. Apparently, the owner of the place died 6 months back, leaving everything to her daughter, someone named Diane Cash. 2 weeks back, Diane finally started going through her mom's stuff, at which point she found boxes and boxes of old videotapes, Zig said. Exactly. At first, she uploaded a few to Facebook, everyone getting a laugh at how they used to look in their Star Search days. And then, as she was going through one of the tapes, Diane saw this and reached out to me. Zig studied the screen. As the girl in the video stood up to say goodbye, the video blurred, the screen filling with horizontal lines that got wider, then smaller, hiccuping with static. 1, 2, thank, young Alexis said, her voice warping, everything going blank and silver. A thick band of static appeared, then disappeared, revealing a new image. Something buried underneath. To make the Alexis video, someone had taped over an older video. Now that older video was playing. Is that? Zig knew who it was, even through the static. His dead daughter, Maggie. She was there, on screen, and she was sobbing. Chapter 25. It's him, Nola thought. Talk to me. Colonel Mint roared, immediately barking orders, his voice a robotic roar. Who are you? How'd you get here? Nola stumbled backward, crashing into the fold-out desk. Back when she first moved into the trailer, it took months to adjust the small space, her body eventually gaining the muscle memory to avoid bumping into everything. Now, she hit the desk hard, knocking over a canvas as pencils and paintbrushes rained down. The cat jumped at the sound, scurrying out of sight. On screen, Mint's face, his expressions, the digital image was perfect, right down to the small scar above his eyebrow, as if they'd scanned him in. They even had the gold medallion on his chest, the soldier's medal, awarded for heroism outside of enemy combat. Nola now mentally replaying the story they forced Mint to tell her, of him leaving work and hearing screaming from an elevator. With his bare hands, Mint pried the doors open, finding the elevator trapped between floors. Sliding down through the small gap, he helped rescue the screamer, a severely overweight man who was clearly suffering from a panic attack. Mint shoved him up and out, all 300 pounds of him, though it wasn't until the paramedics arrived that he realized Mr. Panic Attack was the CFO of Huntington Ingalls, one of the country's top federal defense contractors. As Mint used to tease, that's the only reason he got the medal, to make the CFO feel good. "Did you hack this account?" he demanded through the iPad. Nola opened her mouth, but nothing came out. "This isn't... Mint is dead. This can't be him." "We should go," someone shouted. It took a moment to realize it wasn't Mint. Nola turned the iPad again. Someone else was there. Another soldier with darker skin, Hispanic, close-set eyes. His fatigues were also beige, green, and brown, but the darker camouflage was the modern scorpion pattern, the current ones you get in basic training. "Move! Now!" the Hispanic man shouted. Above his head, a beam of blue light shone down. His character began glowing, his body now pixelated. Small digital squares of him disappearing, like he was being beamed up on Star Trek. Blink! The Hispanic man was gone. A second blue beam appeared above Mint. "Sir, don't!" Nola shouted. Too late. His body started pixelating. "Sir!" she roared. "Archie, look at me! That's not you, is it?" Colonel Mint turned and locked his eyes with her. Was it him? It couldn't be. She went to say something else. Plink. Mint disappeared, leaving Nola standing there, alone in her trailer, staring at a digitized tomb in Afghanistan. Mrrr, the cat trilled, trying to decide whether to approach or not. She stayed under the table. Nola was too busy staring at the screen. Was it a video game? An online hangout? She had the photorealistic rendering of the tomb. The Afghan local now making her wonder if Black House was something created by the military. Did she believe Colonel Mint was suddenly alive? No. She'd seen the crime scene photos. There was no faking that. But whoever was just logged in there with her clearly knew that Mint used this space for something. And it wasn't just for making dinner reservations. Nola turned the iPad slightly, watching the view of the darkened tomb run with her. Whatever was really going on in this app, in this place called Black House, Archie Mint had an account here, and from the looks of it, was communicating with others here. If that was the case, the right tools and the right person, whatever Mint was doing, could be tracked. Fortunately for Nola, she knew the perfect person for that. Chapter 26. Zion Lopez lost his temper too quickly. It would be his downfall. "I mean it! Stay back!" Zion yelled, swinging an empty vodka bottle like a sword. "Stay back!" Across from him, in Zion's small but surprisingly well-decorated Japanese living room, complete with a shoji screen, a red-headed woman with different colored eyes, one green, one blue, stepped toward him. She had a buoyant walk and wore a blue leather coat. It was foul leather, actually, since she was vegan. But she was the kind of person who made you feel uncomfortable, who you'd somehow know to walk away from. The kind of person you can feel watching you across a room, even when you're not looking their way. "Reagan, you're not listening," Zion yelled, holding the bottle by the neck. He was wrong. Reagan heard every word. It's why, when she first walked into the townhouse, she was so impressed. Young street guys like Zion usually panic and run. Few wet their pants. Zion, a charismatic Dominican kid with a shaved head and trendy chin stubble, invited her inside, offering some sparkling water and a charming lopsided grin. On his coffee table was a stack of Simon Sinek business books. Zion was a pro, quickly trying to make a deal. Maybe there's something I can help you with. There wasn't. But how could she not admire ambition like that? Reagan was a professional, first and foremost. She took pride in her work. Whatever the job, do it best, like her father taught her. Reagan, step the hell back. It wasn't me. Zion shouted with another swing of the vodka bottle as he backed up toward the kitchen. Ask anyone. I wasn't there, Reagan. He insisted, thinking he was smart to call her by her first name. Keep it personal. If he were really smart, he'd have known that the only reason Reagan used her real name was because she had no intention of Zion ever speaking to anyone again. I heard you met Mr. Vess when you were 12, Reagan said, moving slowly, unafraid, her hands shifting in her pockets like she was knitting with invisible needles. On the dining room table, she spotted a butter-colored wooden bowl that was the exact same shade of yellow as an old 1960 guitar, a Les Paul Special, that she'd tried to bid on a few months back. According to the auction house, it supposedly belonged to reggae legend Peter Tosh. His name was engraved on the trust cover, a solid 8 out of 10. She shouldn't have let it get away. Reagan, I swear on my mother's life, I would never. They told me you used to play on one of Mr. Vess's young youth basketball teams. That's real history, Reagan pointed out, still thinking about the guitar. So you can imagine how upset he was to find out you were the one who... It wasn't me, for the 95th time, Zion screamed, spit flying, his fuse fully lit. He started to turn toward the kitchen. Zion, if you run... Too late. He was gone, the vodka bottle still in hand as he bolted through the kitchen, heading for the back door. Reagan rolled her eyes. Zion tore open the door and darted outside, where he collided with the chest of the massive man in a black windbreaker, who was waiting for him. The man held up a plastic Walmart bag that he'd fished out of Zion's trash. In the bag was a receipt and a box for a latex Oscar the Grouch mask. Today's show is sponsored by the letter M for moron, Reagan said as her partner shoved Zion inside. I see you, Matt Seabass. Sebastian, meet Zion. Zion looked up, noticing Sebastian's sad blue eyes and heart-shaped face. He was vast, was the only word to describe him, his chest wide like an iceberg. Up top, he had bright red. Zion froze. She and he, they both, red hair. Now it made sense. Professionally, they were called the Reds. Reagan was an auburn redhead with alabaster skin. Sebastian was freckled and ruddy, pure Irish. According to some, they were husband and wife. Others said brother and sister. Neither was true, though the rumors only intensified when people noticed that Sebastian didn't speak. Some said he was mute. Others that was from a Humvee accident in Yemen. He was an army ranger, and a shard of metal sliced into his throat. Most absurd theory was also the most popular, that he'd done it to himself in some sacred vow of silence. The truth was, Seabass was simply quiet, a natural observer who preferred letting his thoughts marinate. Besides, Reagan talked enough for both of them. All the other rumors were nonsense, or, as Reagan called it, marketing. It was the same with their name, the Reds. Short, catchy, easy to remember. Even in a business like theirs, marketing mattered. As for why they worked as a team, why does anyone work as a team? They were better together, as if for so long now they moved as one. "Get back!" Zion yelled, raising the vodka bottle like a bat. He never had a chance. With a hand like a manhole cover, Seabass rammed his palm into Zion's nose, breaking it with a crack. Blood splattered like juice from a popped cherry. Zion stumbled, wobbling, letting go of the vodka bottle, which smashed at his feet, glass scattering across the kitchen. "I need him conscious," Reagan announced. Seabass made a face, like we've never done this before. Wrapping his tree trunk arms around Zion, Seabass bear hugged the kid, pulling him against his chest and squeezing the air from his lungs. Unable to breathe, Zion raised his chin, his neck now exposed. That was all Reagan needed. From her pocket, she pulled out what looked like piano wire, though it was really a thin chain with tiny metal teeth, a camping tool from Reagan's favorite days. She was little, back before her dad's arrest, when he used to take her on hunting trips. With a metal ring at each end, the mini saw was perfect for slicing branches and firewood. Too thin for bone or taking off a ram's horn, but boy, did it tear through flesh. In one quick moment, like she was doing cat's cradle, Reagan looped the saw around Zion's exposed neck, pulling it tight against his skin. "Zion, we know you're the one who shot Archie Mint," a dumb rage. "You also shot a valet named Anthony Wojo Wicks. So choose your next words very carefully," Reagan explained, tugging harder on the thin saw, letting it dig into Zion Adams' apple. "I need to know who hired you." Chapter 27. The Globus was back. That was the doctor's word for it. The lump in Zig's throat, like a stuck pill that Zig had for a full year after Maggie's death, made it hard to breathe, even harder to sleep. Someone called it a grief lump, affecting those who have been through wrenching despair. Whatever it was, one day Zig woke up and it was gone. Now, at just the sight of this video of Maggie at 12 years old, right before she died, the Globus was back, wedged in his windpipe. His head was buzzing, like he'd lost a minute of time. He looked around. He was somehow standing in his kitchen, one leg propped on the bench, though he had no memory of getting up. "Well, why is she crying?" he asked, already crying himself. Across from him, still sitting, Charmaine shook her head, tears in her own eyes. She had no idea. The phone screen went black, with the final burst of static. The end. "That's it?" Zig asked. "Where's the rest?" Charmaine shook her head again. She looked gutted, her shoulders sagging. Grabbing the phone and swiping his finger, Zig rewound the video back to where Maggie first appeared. There was a loud, warped sound, loads of static, and then there she was. "Magpie," Zig whispered, not even realizing he'd said it. On screen, Maggie's head was down, her hands clutching her face, like she was trying to hide. Even as a kid, Maggie wasn't a crier. At 3 years old, while spinning in circles outside the local ice cream shop, she tripped and landed on her wrist. She went quiet, dead silent, but never shed a tear. A woman who saw it happen said she'd probably just sprained it, but Zig suspected otherwise. To test his theory, he held up Maggie's favorite lovey, a plush purple monkey named Banana, directly in front of her. When Maggie refused to reach for it, he knew something was wrong. Sure enough, Maggie had broken her wrist in 3 places. "She's tough," the nurse in the emergency room said. Little bag of nails. In the 3 years after her death, Zig carried that around with him. Little bag of nails. Tonight, though, every detail that he carried was gone, like it had been ripped away. I'm sorry. So sorry, his young daughter whispered on screen, her body convulsing, shaking. At just the sight of her, the globus expanded in Zig's throat. On the right-hand side of the screen, someone's hand appeared in shadow, giving her a tissue. Maggie took it, wiped her tears. You don't have to. They don't even know. She blew her nose, never looking up. I should have. I'm sorry to drag you into. Static swallowed her whole. That was it. The end. Zig scrolled the video back again. I'm sorry to drag you into. Into what? Zig asked. Who's she talking to? Charmaine sat there silent. Zig replayed it again. I'm sorry to drag you into. Zig put 2 fingers on the screen, expanding the image. As Maggie wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, he spotted a smudge of mascara on her knuckle. This was after she started wearing makeup. 12 years old for sure, right before she died. I'm sorry to drag you into. He played it again, and again. I'm sorry to drag you into. She sounds like. You think she was someone hurting her? Zig asked, the words tumbling from his lips, everything moving hyper fast and hyper slow at the same time. Charmaine was crying now, head down, picking at the leather strap on one of her bracelets. The talent agency, the daughter of the owner, I begged her. This was all she could find, Charmaine muttered. She said there were no records of Maggie ever being a client. Zig rewound the video and played it again. Then again. 17 seconds of his dead daughter sobbing. The hitch in her voice. The pain. An old swirling hole opened in Zig's stomach. The one that took him back to the old funeral home. To Maggie, her tiny gray corpse lying there in the mortuary. Zig determined to prep her body, to wash her hair and put her in her best dress, to take care of her one last time. And then crumpling to his knees, unable to stand, unable to breathe, unable even to cry, his entire body collapsing in on itself, a river of snot running down his nose as he realized that, when it came to prepping his own daughter's body, he couldn't. Ziggy, please say something, Charmaine pleaded. He was still staring at the screen. Why would the way who's she even talking to anyway? And why go to them instead of us? Did she think we would listen? Or is it... Zig squinted at the screen. This person, he looks like a man. It's definitely a man. He looked up at his ex, the rage in her eyes catching him off guard. You do realize, Char, this is much easier when you're the calm one, and I'm the one in the mad rage. Ziggy, whatever's going on in that video, this is our girl, she said, the words stinging Zig's chest. You can call Wags, you can call Dover, hell, you can call every damn government operative you've met in the last 2 decades who owes you a favor. Someone should be able to find tax records for this rinky-dink superstar's talent agency, and if there are tax records, there will be an employee list. I need to know who was speaking to our daughter. Even if this was just her being a 12-year-old girl, mad that some friend didn't invite her for a sleepover or whatever the hell it was, I want to know who she was talking to. So go do what you do best and be a pain in the... Zig sat up straight. Pain in the... I was saying it with love. Make it happen and I pretend buy you the Back to the Future car. Charmaine froze as she said the words. She physically touched her own lips, like she was trying to put the sentence back in her mouth. Years ago, when she and Zig had first gotten married and money was tight, they'd make pretend purchases for each other. I pretend buy you tickets to the Phillies World Series. In no time it became their inside joke. I pretend to buy you these 14 Yorkie puppies in this pet store window. It escalated from there. I pretend to buy you doormats with obscenities on them and on them that we would never display in public. Only if I can pretend to buy you that historic house we saw in Missouri with a jail on the back of it. Needless to say, after the divorce, the pretend buying stopped. Until this exact moment when Charmaine accidentally let one slip out. Just do me a favor, Ziggy, and find out what the hell's going on. He nodded and grabbed the videotape, then his phone, already dialing. Even with the records this old, there's always a trail to follow. Fortunately for Zig, he knew the perfect person for that. Chapter 28. Quantico, Virginia. Amy Wags was well aware she'd be late. I know, please don't give me guilt, she said into her phone, speed walking through the FBI's nearly empty parking garage, her short brown hair bobbing with each step. I'm on my way. From the moment her office phone rang, 7 p.m., on a weeknight, for Christ's sakes, there was no avoiding it. In the FBI's biometric lab, late calls meant emergencies from time zones where the sun was just coming up. Picking up those calls was part of the job. The truth of it was, Wags got a charge from those calls. Talking to a partner agency when a bomb went off in a Libyan church, helping them pull prints off a dead body so they could figure out if any of the victims might have been in on the attack. It wasn't an easy task. To print the dead, you need the right skin conditions as well as skin temperature. But again, phone calls like that were worth it. What wasn't worth it? When the call came from a kid, some 19-year-old bomb technician in Kuwait, who was so new on the job, he forgot to put ink in his print kit. And sorry, ma'am, but, what do I do now? This is why no one likes children, Wags thought, picking up the speed in the garage, still annoyed at how long it took to teach young Ahmed how to pull prints using adhesives like name tag labels or even contact paper. Mikkel, I swear I'm already in the car, she lied to her boyfriend, looking around, her only focus being where she'd parked. She'd regret that soon enough. Her heels clicked across the concrete. On her wrist was a pale yellow corsage. Every few steps she'd extend her arm to admire it. Its elastic strap perfectly covering the small clock tattoo on the inside of her wrist, with the exact time her mother died. A few years back, Wags became convinced that she'd most likely share a similar fate, eventually dying alone. It felt good to think she might be wrong. So, 20 minutes? Mikkel asked, sounding skeptical. 20 for sure, 22 at the most, Wags insisted. Knowing that at this time of night, with traffic on 95, she probably wouldn't be there until... You know, I can hear your voice echoing in the garage. You're not even in the car yet, are you? He teased. You're lucky you're so cute. Actually, you're the lucky one since wow. No matter how I end this sentence, it's going to sound either super self-congratulatory or like a deliciously plump middle-aged woman trying far too hard to flirt. Don't undersell middle-aged flirts. Not all heroes wear capes. Wags laughed at her, her round face lighting up, now thinking it was totally worth the humiliation of going into Victoria's Secret and asking that skinny chopstick of a salesgirl to help her pick out the new underwear she bought just for tonight. Turning the corner and spotting her forest green Subaru, Wags popped the locks, opened the door, and slid into the front seat. Amy Wags, a voice called out behind her. What in the... Wags spun around, her phone dropping from her hand. In the back seat was a young woman with brutal black eyes, pointy features, and silvery hair with a dyed black streak. Wax had never met her face to face, but recognized her instantly. Nola? You're the one Mr. Zagorowski calls. The one who's good with computers. Nola turned on her iPad. Its glow lighting the dark car. I need to know about this place called Black House. Chapter 29. Keenly, Pennsylvania, 15 years ago. This was Nola when she was 13. They had moved 2 towns over because Royale couldn't afford rent, which explained why he was teaching her how to cheat. Anybody thirsty? Royale asked, pointing to the folding table, covered in beer cans and liquor bottles. I am, said Francis, a middle-aged blond man with a dimpled chin who loved saying things twice for emphasis. A few of Royale's other poker buddies nodded, Nola quickly pouring 6 glasses of Johnny Walker, the good stuff, blue label, not that cheap black label crap that they marked down at Kmart. Royale and Nola had spent the morning using a plastic funnel to fill the blue label bottle with an off-brand scotch that was so cheap it came in a can. Won't they know? Nola was tempted to ask, just like she was tempted to ask, why do I need to dress up? When he told her to wear the tight jeans. But after 6 years of living with Royale, she knew better than to ask stupid questions. Here you go, sir, she said, leaning hard on the word sir. Royale looked up. Sir was the signal. Nola was only supposed to say it when she was standing behind the person with the best cards. You understand? Royale had asked her earlier, talking with a closed fist, as he always did, happy or sad. When you do refills, that's when you can peek at people's cards. Make sense? It made sense. Since the moment the game started, her stomach had been bothering her. She was struggling to remember whether a straight flush beat 4 of a kind, or was it the other way around? It only got worse as players began arriving, especially those she knew to avoid, like Harley Spencer, who she could swear leaned in to smell her every time she poured him a drink. For the first hour of the game, terrified of being caught, Nola kept her head down, trying to be invisible as she refilled bowls of tortilla chips, took away dirty ashtrays, and spied on cards, while Royale's friends argued about the vital, intellectual issues of the day, like which Dixie chick was the biggest pain in the... Eventually, Nola noticed that repeating Francis, who recently had sold Royale nearly 100 old... Eventually, Nola noticed that repeating Francis, who recently had sold Royale nearly 100 odd lot water heaters that Royale was able to flip for a quick profit, scratched at a birthmark on the inside of his forearm, like he was slitting his wrist every time he had a good hand. She also noticed that Acne Steve, with bad pimples and great teeth, who managed the local roller rink and sold bootleg DVDs there, would put his cards down and rub his hands together like a kid getting a toy whenever his hand was a bust. But what Nola noticed most of all was the wiry and extremely pale 16-year-old Acne Steve's son, sulking on the sofa, elbows on his knees, lost in his brand new Nintendo DS Lite. Nola had seen him before, dragged here on alternating weekends as the divorce required. Steve 3? Though everyone called him Trey. You guys got soda? Trey had asked a few weeks back. Nola brought him an RC Cola, and as she handed it over, Trey thanked her with a quick smile that Nola missed, though Royale didn't. Stay away from him. Older boys only want one thing, Royale had warned that night. Today, Nola still didn't know what the one thing was, but the fact that Royale didn't like Trey made him, with his spiky, bleached blonde hair, a black concert tee with word obey across the front, and shockingly white Nike Air Force Ones, instantly more interesting. Circling the poker table to refill the pretzel bowls, Nola stole a glance at Trey. He didn't notice, though. Truthfully, she didn't much care. Even with the churn in her stomach, as the game heated up, as the bets got bigger, Nola was, for the first time in a while, actually having fun. That should have been her warning. Let me get that for you, sir, she said, pouring a refill of scotch for Royale. Royale shot her a thin grin. On most days, he was armed with devil smiles. This was an angel one, like a joke between just the two of them. It actually made her feel good. Great, even. Like they were on the same team. For Nola, it was a new concept. Back before Royale took her in, she thought that she and her old family, the LaPointes, were on the same team. But they tossed her aside, deciding to rehome her by listing her on an adoption website called Brand New Chance. Royale chose her the first night her photo was posted. The site was perfect for people like Royale, who would never make it through the adoption screening process. But it turned Nola into a thing, something cast to the curb. Like garbage, Royale used to teach her. Royale used to tell her. But real teammates do that? It made Nola think of her real mom, who, truthfully, she barely remembered. When Nola was 6, a caseworker said that her mom had been murdered. Nola didn't believe it. Surely you'd feel something like that, which left her with her only original teammate, the one who scarred her, but who was still forever tied to her, like a horrible magnet, brother, her twin, Roddy. For those first years after Royale took her in, Nola wrote Roddy letter after letter. How are things going? How are you doing? How tall are you? How tall is everyone else? And then over time, why didn't you write me back? He was a horror built with a cruelty that came naturally. Nola knew that, even at 13. Yet she'd still write him at least once a year, usually on their birthday, too young to understand that her dedication was really desperation. And yes, there'd be moments, usually when Full House was on, when she'd wonder if Roddy still thought of her, if he even remembered her. But right now, the only thing Nola was focused on was that angel smile on Royale's face. For years, Nola assumed Royale took her in so she could cook and clean. That was certainly what he screamed loudest about. Most recently when he pinned her to the wall by her throat because a stray red sock ruined the nice white shirt that he'd bought at full damn price. But maybe she had it wrong. Indeed, as Nola stood at the edge of the poker table, her small hands gripping the scotch bottle, Royale's angel smile fell to the ground. Royale's angel smile felt like the glow of 1,000 suns. Could that be why she was here? To be a part of his team? Okay, donkeys, just to make you feel better, I'm limiting my bet to 1, 2, 3. Royale tossed 4 orange chips, $200, into what was easily the largest pot of the night. There's nothing sadder than a bad bluff, Acne Steve said. With a name like Royale, you really think he'd bluff? Repeating Francis challenged. We'll see. I call, Acne Steve said, fanning his cards onto the table, trying to catch his son's attention. Trey stayed locked on his video game. I flopped a set of jacks, Steve said. 3 of a kind. Well, looky there, Royale said. Lucky for me. I got that 7 on the river, straight to the jack, he explained, revealing his own cards. A 7, 8, 9, 10 jack straight. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Pleasure doing business with you, donkey. Acne Steve rolled his eyes. Couldn't happen to a bigger... As Royale raked the pile of chips toward his chest, he shot a quick thank you at Nola. It pierced her chest like an arrow, expanding, filling her completely. God, it felt great to do something right. Nola's stomach again started to churn. She ignored it, determined to live in the moment, to focus on just this joy, which felt like it would never end. That should have been her second warning. New round, repeating Francis said, already dealing new cards. Nola darted toward the bathroom to deal with her stomach. Royale shot her a look. Don't leave. See what they have. Picking up the waste bin, Nola made her way back to the table. Here, she said, leaning past Acne Steve to grab a stray beer bottle. Let me help you with this. A hand shot out, locking onto her wrist. Don't! Warned a man with butterscotch breath and narrow eyes the color of pennies. Hartley Spencer. The one who took a sniff of her when he first came in. Hartley held firm to her wrist, refusing to let go. Nola's instinct was to take the beer bottle and stuff it in his teeth. Across the room, young Trey looked up. Hartley, she's just trying to clean up, Acne Steve said. Hartley's grip stayed tight on her wrist. So did Nola's grip on the bottle. When it comes to your dad's friends, it's hard to know who's dumb and who's smart. But even when you're 13 years old, it's easy to know who shouldn't be messed with. Hartley leaned in, so close that now she could smell him. Cigarettes and wood chips. I'm not done with my beer yet, ma'am, Hartley whispered in a tone that perfectly matched the way Nola had been calling everyone, sir. Nola froze. Hartley cocked a knowing eyebrow. Royale and Nola's code. Somehow, did Hartley know? Panicking, Nola let go of the bottle and took off, racing for the kitchen. Hartley, what the hell did you say to her? Royale challenged. Crap. Nola muttered, pacing in the kitchen, the swinging door shutting behind her. As panic set in, a sharp pain pierced her stomach. Did Hartley know? Sounded like he knew. More important, if he told the others they were cheating, Royale would blame Nola. Royale shouted from the other room, his voice like a bullhorn. She wanted to run. The kitchen started to spin, grabbing the counter to steady herself. Nola took a deep breath. Her stomach was on fire. What the hell's going on here? Royale asked, shoving open the kitchen door. Hartley knows. He knows, she whispered, bent over, breathing heavy. Right there, Royale started to laugh. Hartley? The guy who keeps smelling you? Nola looked up, confused. The man's a moron, Royale explained. He doesn't know squat. Come on, get up. I'll prove it. Royale reached for her hand, but Nola was still hunched, holding her stomach. I said get up. Come on, Royale repeated, gripping her by the armpit. With a tug, Nola stood up straight. Royale's face went white. Nola, he said, pointing to the stain, the crotch of her jeans. Why are you bleeding? I think I just got my period. Chapter 30. Today, Zion told them everything. He told them how he was contacted, how much he was paid, and admitted that, yes, 2 nights ago, in Colonel Mint's driveway, he was the one who pulled the trigger on Mint and the valet. With tears and snot running down his face, he even told them about Black House. On my phone. Look at my phone, Zion pleaded. The passcode is my name. First name. With the camping saw digging into his throat, the metal teeth biting at his skin, Zion didn't have much choice. Who else knows? Siblings? Girlfriend? Who'd you confide in? Reagan asked, pulling the saw tighter. No one, Zion insisted, still up on his tiptoes, Seabass's grip unrelenting. I get very frustrated around liars, Zion. No one! I wouldn't do that to Mr. Bess. I swear on my mother, my father too, Zion pleaded. You believe me, right? Reagan shot a look at Seabass. Seabass nodded. With a sharp tug, Reagan pulled hard with her left hand. Then her right, the camping saw slicing a thin line into Zion's throat. Windpipes are usually hard to penetrate, since they're protected by cartilage and fibrous tissue. The camping saw tore through it all with ease. Zion gasped, trying to scream, which was impossible with a severe trachea. Frothy yellow bile came up from his lungs. Despite what Hollywood might make you think, there was no gruesome spray of blood. A thin red waterfall ran down his neck, pulsing with each heartbeat. As the color ran from his face, Zion tried to fight, tried to grab at his own throat, thrashing wildly. Seabass held tight until Zion's head slumped sideways, then forward. Nothing but dead weight. His phone, Reagan called out, pointing Seabass toward the living room, to a coffee table that held the new Samsung. Seabass made a face. Who carries a Samsung? Following behind him, Reagan took out her own phone and dialed the number Mr. Bess had given her. It rang once, twice. Ellie's Jewelers, a man with an unforgiving Boston accent, answered. Hey there, I'm looking for Darcy, Reagan said. Sorry, Darcy's at lunch. Can I take a message? Reagan paused. Tell her AD called. AD all done. Message sent. You got it. Have a glorious day now. The man replied. With a click, he was gone. Reagan turned back to Seabass, who held up Zion's Samsung. On screen was a logo in a stenciled military font, Black House. Reagan read from the screen. What do you know? The kid was telling the truth. Seabass, answer this, she said, heading back toward the kitchen. You think that guy who bought the Peter Tosh guitar would sell it to me so soon after the auction? Seabass rolled his eyes. I know, she said, pulling out a Clorox wipe and running it down the length of her bloody camping saw. I wouldn't either. It took half a dozen strokes to get the blade clean. Then one last pinch at a stubborn spot of blood. Take care of your tools, and they'll take care of your tools, and they'll take care of you, her father used to say. It was still true. We should get going, Seabass said with a glance. Reagan nodded, rolling up the saw and stuffing it in her pocket. As she followed him out of the townhouse and through the backyard, they didn't realize they were trampling over Zion's small tomato garden. So where to next? She asked. Black House? Or this guy Zagorowski? Seabass shot at her a look. It wasn't even a question. All right, I'm going to take another short break. Chapter 29. I know this. That was chapter 30 right there. 5 hours. Yep, 5 hours and 12 minutes in. Geez, kind of feels like I haven't gotten very far. But I'm going to take a short break. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I'm back. Continue. Chapter 31. You do realize, Wax began, whatever you tell me, I'm taking it straight to Zig. I assumed you would, Nola said from the back seat. So, Black House. Do you know it or not, Miss Wags? Miss Wags? Wags turned in her seat, staring at Nola, whose face was lit by the glow of the iPad. It was the first time Wags realized just how young Nola was. Sure, she had knives in her eyes like she'd lived 3 lifetimes. But she was still in her 20s, a child, scribbling at a notepad in her lap. Are you coloring? Wags asked. Nice corsage. Wags pulled the corsage off her wrist. This, I'll have you know, is an ironic and spectacular 10th level inside joke that you can't possibly... I ruined your date. That wasn't my goal. I came about Black House. No, I need to say my speech. I've been practicing it in my head. And it starts with me telling you, I don't like you, Nola. And you know why I don't like you? Because I've seen what you do to my friend. You're like the number 13 or a lightning rod. You attract bad things, Wags explained. For me, it's like going to the chiropractor. I sit all day, so I give them my money twice a week. Anyway, a few years back, my chiropractor taught me about trigger points. Mine is at B48. This little spot at the center of the gluteal muscles in my buttocks. A literal pain in my... Wags said. I can be having a good day. One of those ones that starts with the security guy with the Travolta cleft chin smiling my way. But if you pushed my B48, electric bolts would shoot up my spine right there. My whole day would turn into a river of... Wags explained. My B48, Nola. That's what you are to Ziggy. A lightning rod. A trigger point. Are you done? I'm not. I want to make sure you fully appreciate the true intricacies of my B48 metaphor. Ziggy spent the past 2 years rebuilding his life, moving on from your last visit. And he actually did it. New house, new job, even put up new agey wind chimes on his front porch, which is the middle-aged equivalent of Buddhist enlightenment. Then you showed up, and she pantomimed, tearing a sheet of paper in half, then tearing it again to shreds. I'm not letting you do it, Nola. You don't get to ruin his... Wags cut herself off. Are you bleeding? Nola didn't answer, until her shirt to hide... Using her shirt to hide the wound that had opened by her collarbone. Some blood had seeped through the bandage. Cat scratch, Nola replied. Tell me about Black House, and I've never even heard of Black House. Now you're lying, Nola said flatly, her head down, again drawing on her notepad. I found your account, Miss Wags, on the Black House app. Wags went silent, glancing out the black window. Across the garage, a lone security guard was making his rounds. It made Wags think, do we have actual guards in the garage? I thought it was just security cams. I put in every email I could think of, Nola explained from the back seat. Same response every time. User ID not recognized. On a hunch, I put in your email. How'd you get my email? I put in your email. New words appeared. Enter password. For a moment, Wags sat there, looking at the rearview mirror and studying this young woman curled like a fist in the back seat. For years now, Wags had heard stories about Nola, about her childhood, her father, her temper. But to finally see her in person, Wags was struck by her sheer intensity. It radiated off her like plutonium. Black House, Nola said, never raising her voice. Wags cleared her throat, glancing again at the security guard in the distance. You know what, Nola? I've changed my mind. I've decided I want to help you, because once I do, I won't bother you anymore. No, you'll continue to bother me, but I need you to stop bothering Zig. That's my offer. We talk, I'll tell you what Black House is, but after that, you leave him alone. You talk about him like he's a child. Can you please? I didn't ask for Mr. Zagorowski's help. That's irrelevant. Help is his specialty. You were friends with his daughter. You saved her life. Do you have any idea what that does to him? When you stir up all that emotion, it's like having a long-lost family member show up out of nowhere. Nola stopped drawing, her head still down. In her lap, her notepad was tilted just enough so that Wags couldn't see it. But Nola's sudden pause at the mention of a long-lost family member confirmed exactly what Wags was looking for. Whatever was going on, Nola's brother was definitely mixed up in it. Hand me your phone, Wags said. Nola stared at Wags skeptically. I'm not pulling this up on mine. Now, do you want to know what Black House is or not? Nola handed over her phone, shooting Wags a look. The proper response is, thank you, Wags said, grabbing the phone. As for Black House, the military term, a government site that dates back to, well, you ever heard of Richard Nixon? Chapter 32. 2 hours later, Zig was sitting in his backyard, in his favorite rusty lawn chair. He had a beer in one hand, his phone in the other. On screen was Facebook, his ex-wife's profile. In a relationship. Don't judge, Zig warned his favorite girls. His hive sang back. Hundreds of bees swirling and crawling around a white wooden box, as big as a 2-drawer file cabinet. Zig had built the box himself, complete with dovetail joints, up on concrete blocks. It was the only piece of furniture Zig had kept from his old house, and the house before that, his and Charmaine's house. Oh, come on, Zig challenged. No one's cool when their ex is around. Even Brad and Angelina crumbled. 25,000 bees replied. I know, he said, refreshing Facebook again. In a relationship. Not even sure what he was looking for. He could make a few more calls about his daughter and the videotape. That's what he'd done right after Charmaine left. Called Wags. Must still be out on her date. Called an old CIA connection from Dover. And of course he texted back and forth with the half a dozen people from their old hometown whose daughters used to do Girl Scouts with Maggie. There were still a few more calls he could make, but as he sat there, nursing his third beer, staring at Facebook, and trying to lose himself in the hum of the bees, he knew that nothing good came from picking at old scabs. Whatever had made his daughter so upset that day in the modeling agency, could this possibly lead anywhere good? Of course not. If it was something harmless, a petty fight with a friend, it just needlessly opened old wounds. And if it was something truly bad, the kind of nightmare every parent prays their daughter never faces, then those same wounds get opened, and there's a new horror to layer on top. Still, the truth matters. Zig knew it did, so he should keep calling around, trying to track down old employees from Superstars modeling. But instead, Zig swiped back to his phone's home screen and clicked on recent calls. He redialed one of the numbers. The phone rang once, then twice. Baron's Steakhouse. How can we help you tonight? A man asked. Richard, it's Zig from... I was in earlier. Looking for the iPad. Sure, the manager said, the restaurant bustling in the background. Unfortunately, I don't have a better answer. We got the program for the reservation book open, but no one knows how to get in the email account to change the password. I think our weekend hostess knows it. I'll call you when I get it. I haven't forgotten. With a click, the manager was gone, leaving Zig sitting there, wondering if it was bad to spend more time worrying about Nola's current safety rather than his own daughter's decade-old videotape. The bees hummed as Zig flipped back to the photo Roddy got from the funeral of the soldier who tried to jump Nola early this morning. He was clutching his knee in agony. Nola's colored pencils scattered everywhere. Come on, Nola. You never get spooked. So why the hell's this one getting to you? The hive continued to murmur, lower than ever, despite the fact that Zig had just given them a snack, a new water and sugar mix that a friend called bee whiskey. The party didn't last long. The bees added, already back to the baseline. When Zig got his first beehive in college, his professor had taught him every hive would have its own personality. Once Zig had a hive that was so chill, he called them stoner bees. But this hive here, it used to be 40,000 strong. Now they were down to almost half. Bad sign. Zig had checked for mites or beetles, but for weeks now, deep down, he knew the cause. The queen. Diana 27, do not give up on me, Zig said, using the name he'd given every queen since Diana 1 and Diana 2. It was a tip of the crown to Princess Diana. Zig always wished she'd gotten her shot at the queen. You're a fighter, Diana 27. It's like Rocky 3, the best one. Get up off the map. Get up off the mat. There is no tomorrow. The hive replied, sluggishly. Typically, the queen was replaced every 2 years, but Diana 27 had lasted twice that long. Mystified, Zig called expert after expert, until a Chinese blogger from a site called Honey, Be Careful, told Zig that in 5% of hives, there can be 2 queens, a mother and daughter, who work side by side. Right there, Diana 27 became Zig's favorite queen. Today, though, with this attrition, he could see that the trouble was coming. Left to its own devices, his hive would die, unless he squished the queen, meaning he'd have to manually grab Diana 27 and leave Diana 28 in charge. It was the only way the hive would live. Focus on the future, not the past. Swiping back to the video of his daughter, Zig watched his magpie sobbing into the camera, a stranger's hand on her shoulder. With another swipe, Zig flipped back to the present, back to Mint's funeral and Nola's scattered pencils. For decades, people had assumed Zig was a mortician because he was like taking care of the dead. They always had it wrong. From his first days at Dover, Zig's best reward was helping the living, the families of fallen soldiers. He brought them peace, kept their best memories alive, gave them closure, the one thing he never got himself. Again, he swiped back on his phone to the video of his daughter, but again, he felt this thing he couldn't quite see, this uncontrollable pull, this need that was the only way to describe it, a need to swipe back to Nola, to the present. It was time to admit that for these past 2 years, at the funeral home, Zig was no longer serving the living. His time had been spent with the dead, with clients like 93-year-old Miss Paoli. It was time to come back to those who actually needed him. The bees were still faintly humming as Zig dialed the number he knew by heart. Yeah, it's me, Zig said into the phone. I got a favor. How hard would it be to get me another look at Colonel Mint's body? All right. So we're approximately a third away into the book, and I think I'm gonna call it there for today because it's been let's see, I started 5.5 hours ago, so I think it's a good idea to rest my voice, and I'll probably continue with the probably second, third, sometime next week, maybe on Tuesday, depending on my schedule. But I think I should be able to continue Tuesday, and then probably won't finish it on Tuesday because there's still 2/3 to go, but probably sometime the week of the 9th to the 15th is probably when I'll finish it. Um, but yeah, so that's going to do it for today. Thank you guys so much for lurking, for listening, for popping in and out. It means a lot. I'm actually enjoying the book. So let me know if you guys are. And until next time, I'm going to rest my voice. I think my voice is ready to take a break. So see you guys soon. Thank you so much for hanging out.